All right. Today is debate morning. So we're going to debate. I think that the Sophia's LFM model, which is the Lucifer frequency model, I think it's a dualistic model from the way it's explained, but I could be wrong. And that's why we're having the debate, to really just put it out on the line. Just to be clear, as some of you guys know, Sophia, we used to do the show together, but things change. And now we're going to actually debate the model and debate the viewpoint and make sure that, she's clear about what her model is saying. Because me and also a few other people who examine the model seem to think that it seems like dualism, but it's just that some terms aren't really clearly defined in my awareness. Not that she has never really done that, but that I've never seen it or am not aware of it for whatever reason. So that's the nature of the debate, just to get things clarified and see if I'm the winner here or if she's the winner. And we're going to find out today. Someone's going to fuck around and find out. And it might be me. What's up, Sophia? Nice to see you, man. You're muted.
Find out. Okay, well.
Yeah, I got you on now.
You muted me, Nick.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to do every time I disagree with you. I'm going to mute you.
Yeah, no. So, I will admit, I've been working on this model, like 2 years now? Mm-hmm. And, I've refined it, I've changed it, I've rearranged it, I've flipped it upside down, I've tested it, I've done so much shit with it, right? Mm-hmm. And it could probably come off confusing because it's not that I don't understand my own ontology, it's just trying to put it into the right terminology according to, modern philosophy and stuff like that. So I figured that I finally refined my model, I believe, to its final stage, the final boss.
Okay, awesome. Then that could mean that, I've really been off all along. And because, the way I took it was a lot of the terms, I just took them like in a sort of mystical way, because, you're a mystic. And so I thought, like, when you talk about frequency, physical reality, those things were sort of like metaphors for consciousness activities within itself, like idealism, kind of similar to Bernardo Castro. But then we find out that, no, I think I was wrong on that. So I'm just trying to figure that out.
I still would call it a philosophical, intuitive model. I'm not claiming any kind of mathematical truths, and you're going to see why. So I guess let's just get it popping, and I'll read my essay.
Okay.
My opening statement. So, what are you doing? I'm sorry. Is that you? Or is that my cat?
No, that's what do you hear? Oh, you hear your cat crying? Not my cat.
No, some other shit going on over there. Hold on. That is you, Selena. Over there, hi. Girl, what are you doing? My bad. Let me get focused. So I'll just start off with reading my essay, and that's going to define the terms of my ontology. So that way there shouldn't be any confusion. If there still is, we can go from there and see and examine whether or not my model is monism or whether it's something else.
Okay, awesome. Let's go.
Let me pull it up.
Okay.
Shit. It's going to be long. I'm telling y'all right now. And y'all got to put up with my reading skills too.
Oh, Lord.
All right, here we go. So, if you don't stop, I'm trying to read here. That's already hard for me, all right? Okay, so the Lucifer frequency model, a mechanical monism of primordial consciousness. For centuries, Western thought has been trapped in a persistent category error. Materialism vainly attempts to derive consciousness from what is wrongly or from what it wrongly defines as dead matter, while Abrahamic religions externalize it into an anthropomorphic deity. An analytic idealism anthropomorphizes the cosmos by reducing reality to a giant human psychological mind at large or dream. Each framework establishes a false duality posing as unity. The Lucifer frequency model resolves this category error by bypassing human psychology entirely. LFM proposes a strict mechanical substance monism where primordial consciousness and physical reality are not separate substances, but different states of the same underlying primordial condition. Operating via the foundational mechanical map, which is my little formula, C equals observation squared equals M. This model demonstrates how infinite potential energy converts into kinetic, measurable physical reality through the precise geometric and thermodynamic mechanics of spin and time. So that's something new I added. So not to shock anybody, but that's something new I added. Number one, beyond the dualistic trap, consciousness as substance. And I'm going to replace that with substrate because I already know I'm going to get shit for that. So substrate, all right? Standard philosophical models inevitably fail because they view consciousness through a psychological lens, assigning it human attributes like thoughts, judgments, and emotions. So LFM strips away this dogma. In this ontology, primordial consciousness, which is C, is not a mind that thinks or dreams. It is an active, energetic, primordial condition possessing the intrinsic abilities of awareness, self-awareness, and the automatic capacity to convert its own state. And that's very important. This foundational state mirrors what ancient Native American cosmologies described as pure white light. In physics, white light is not a singular color, but the absolute, unseparated combination of all wavelengths. It is a state of absolute uniform perfection, complete balance, and stillness. It represents infinite potential energy. Physical reality is not a holographic illusion, a misrepresentation, or a dream. It is the literal, dense, compressed kinetic state of this very condition. Because this primordial condition is the only thing that exists, it cannot gain or lose itself. This establishes the most fundamental conservation principle. The total potential of the condition remains constant. Before any differentiation occurs, this conservation is entirely pre-numeric. That's also important to remember. This is not because it is mystical, but because measurement requires boundaries. And in this unbroken state, boundaries do not yet exist. There are no numbers here. There is only the qualitative uniform field. Number two, the mechanical map of self-ignition, going back into my formula, where C represents primordial consciousness, which is the condition. O represents the undifferentiated observational field, which is the all, the one, the pure potential. O squared represents amplified observation, the feedback loop of self-observation folded back upon itself. M represents manifested matter, which is the physical reality. So crucially, because this unmanifested state is pre-numeric, observation squared, or O2, is not a mathematical operation or an algebraic It's not algebra. Let's just put it like that. It's not real. It's not math. All right. So it's not like an equation that's to be solved. Rather, the square functions as a structural geometric operator representing a literal feedback loop. Okay, Ozzy. Consciousness must be primary because of its intrinsic capacity for awareness. You cannot have mechanical action, differentiation, or transformation without a baseline field that is fundamentally awake to its own existence because it is primary. This primordial condition possesses three inseparable foundational attributes: awareness, action, and self-conservation. Lacking any external force to act upon it, the condition can only change its state by acting upon itself. This self-directed action operates dynamically through the two pillars of pure awareness. So this is very important, and I created this because, you could technically say, well, awareness is also a psychological attribute. You know what I mean? So I'm going to define how I use awareness in my model through the two pillars. Pillar one, the condition, which is the infant state. This is the living, responsive, unmanifested field. It is completely innocent, pre-numeric, and free of ego, identity, thought, or dogma. It is the pure, still potential of reality, completely balanced, yet inherently sentient. Pillar two, which is the mechanism, the automatic feedback loop. This is the automatic natural capacity for action. The primordial condition does not choose to look at itself through a psychological act of will. By its very nature, the field. Wait a minute. Let me back that shit up. I don't know how the hell I just read that. Okay, the mechanism, the automatic feedback loop. This is the automatic natural capacity for action. The primordial condition does not choose to look at itself through a psychological act of will. By its very nature, the field naturally loops back upon itself. The mechanism is the kinetic expression of the condition's intrinsic awareness. So it's not something that it says, "Oh, I want to do this," right?
Mm-hmm.
Because there is nothing outside of the field to absorb, distract, or scatter its awareness, this act of self-observation functions as an instantaneous, amplified observation, which is O squared. Like an audio screech when a microphone feeds into a speaker, this looping amplification introduces the earliest internal contrast, tensionality, and concentrated pressure within the unbroken field. This localized pressure triggers a symmetry break. This is the moment of self-ignition, where potential energy automatically converts its state into kinetic energy. The model derives its name, the Lucifer frequency model. Y'all already know this. I don't want to go through that. Y'all know why I called it that, or should I say it again?
No, go ahead. Say it. Repeat it, just so our audience knows. Yeah, because we got new folks and shit.
Okay. I just be feeling like I'm repeating my ass off.
No, it's good. It's all good.
The model derives its name, the Lucifer frequency model, from the literal scientific etymology of the word phosphorus, meaning light bearer or self-igniting, derived from the Latin Lucifer. This is not a religious reference, but a mechanical description of the universe's primary operation of self-conversion. Number 3, spin. This is what I added.
Mm-hmm.
Time and the phase transition into matter. The mechanical consequence of this automated amplified self-observation is the instantaneous generation of spin, intrinsic angular momentum, and the establishment of a localized focal point. Now, I know you've heard me refer to time as a focal point of consciousness anyway.
As a
Because
point.
because the feedback loop of amplified observation intensifies pressure at a specific point of focus, it generates torque, creating a localized vortex or a perturbation within the field. This angular motion imposes a frequency and a boundary where none previously existed. Perturbation is like saying a disturbance, right? Crucially, spin is the birth of the number one. Before this boundary is carved out, the universe is pre-numeric because everything is an undivided whole. The moment the vortex forms, a boundary separates a this from the that. Only after boundaries exist can measurement and numbers enter the universe. Furthermore, this localized focal point created by the spin is what we call time. Time is not an independent background illusion. It is the literal geometric metric of the primordial consciousness condition in motion. Time is the measurement of the cycles generated by the automated spin. Geometry describes how this primordial condition moves, restricts, and cycles itself. So we have high spin, high frequency. The condition remains closer to its unmanifested, fast, luminescent state of potential energy. Then we have low spin, low frequency. The vortex slows down, contracts, and it compresses, executing a thermodynamic phase transition. Is what I'm going to call that. And in this model, matter is never dead or inert. Matter is simply the final converted state of energy, or consciousness rather, and energy, but which
Say that again. Consciousness and energy. Say it again.
because consciousness basically converts itself, it acts upon itself, and so matter is basically the last conversion, right?
Okay.
The final boss. Now let me stop. Maybe because we may evolve to be a whole different species. You never know. Anyway, wait, where was I, Scott? Okay, it's simply the final converted state of energy, which itself is a converted state of the primary formula. Just as a gas cools into a solid, the living primordial consciousness condition cools and condenses through spin into stable, rigid, and measurable material reality, which is M. A subatomic particle or a heavy stone is simply a highly localized, rapidly spinning vortex of the underlying consciousness field locked into a specific temporal focal point. Okay. Now, this is just something I brought up because I wanted to show how the Bible, what the Bible actually talks about and how it's been distorted into like bullshit. But anyway, reinterpreting the Zeroth law and spiritual alignment. By removing human dogma, spiritual alignment is redefined as a purely technical term. It is the literal alignment with the mechanics of reality. This framework perfectly elucidates ancient texts that were later distorted by Western editors. For example, Matthew 18:2 states, "Where two or three are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them." Stripped of theological anthropomorphism, this is a direct description of Ralph Fowler's formulation of the zeroth law of thermodynamics, which states that if two bodies, A and B, are in thermal equilibrium with a third body, C, they are in equilibrium with each other. In LFM, when two localized nodes, consciously align their frequency with the foundational primordial condition, they match its baseline vibrational state because geometry governs wave interactions. This synchronization creates a resonant cavity. The mist is the exact geometric coordinate where their wave frequencies intersect perfectly. That's really just talking about balance, right? That's the whole thing about balance and spirituality. This interaction forces potential energy to collapse into a highly dense, localized, and physical measurable kinetic state. As Fowler asserted, every physical quantity must be measurable in some numeric terms. Alignment changes the literal energetic temperature and state of the physical environment. So now we're getting to the conclusion, and I'm almost done. The Lucifer frequency model provides a rigorous paradigm that ends the perpetual war between realism and idealism. The realist is correct. The physical world is objective, rigid, real, and governed completely by the laws of physics. The idealist is correct. The fundamental fabric of reality is consciousness. LFM bridges this gap by demonstrating that physics does not study an external realm of dead matter, but rather the literal flow, density, boundaries, and conversion vectors of a self-igniting, living primordial consciousness. Matter is an active, converted state of energy brought into being through the conditions. I wouldn't say brought into being, but we're just going to roll with it. Through the conditions dual nature as a living infant condition and an automated natural mechanism. Conservation laws arise not as external rules, but as inherent properties of the condition itself. The condition cannot lose or gain itself. By understanding reality through the mechanics of the formula C equals O squared equals M, humanity can move past religious control and philosophical dogma, entering a state of technical, harmonized alignment with the true geometry of existence.
Okay. Cool. So, all right. So I'm going to go into my opening.
All right.
Now, my opening doesn't include, naturally, I'm just learning the new stuff you're talking about. And it's a lot. You're using a lot of description that I haven't looked at, or quite honestly, I'm trying to understand it. So I have to really understand it. So anyways, I'm just going to pick up like none of that happened. And we'll get into that part. So the opening doesn't really address all that, as you know. So,
okay.
Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and go through it. So the core issue, let's be very direct about what LFM is doing, I guess. So it seems to me like, from what I'm hearing, unless this is all metaphor, it seems to take scientific terms like frequency, energy, mass, observation, interaction, and it's combining them with metaphysical claims, like about consciousness shaping reality, or perception collapsing existence, or reality being non-objective, or now I think you're saying it is objective. Reality is objective and external, I think. I'm not sure. But
You asking me that right now?
yeah, let me ask you, are you saying it's subjective? That
Yeah.
reality is real and objective?
Yeah, and I did explain that my formula is not an actual mathematical formula.
Gotcha. Yeah, I heard that.
Because you got to understand, when primordial consciousness is in its infant state, it's just a field. It is a whole unbroken field. Think of the yin and yang.
Right.
And within itself, it has these potentialities. It has these intrinsic abilities. And the main abilities that it has is self-reflection, or being aware of itself, which is awareness. This is how I define awareness with my two pillars. Action, which is kinetic energy, which is triggered by the spin.
Okay.
So it has all these intrinsic abilities within it.
In relations within it. Okay. So I guess what we're trying to do is figure out what clearly defines whether LFM is doing physics, is it doing philosophy, or poetic metaphysics. So, and in a serious ontology, that's not really a minor issue, right? Like, that could be a fatal ambiguity, like, because physics studies the boundaries of the physical world and the descriptions. So it makes a sharp distinction there between like ontology.
Right. But
So that for those, yeah.
My model does not do that. That's up to physics. My model simply aligns with physics.
Okay. So
Because
we'll get into that. I'm just gonna roll
remember,
through.
before the
Mhm.
conversion process, numbers are not a thing. Numbers do not come into being until the boundaries are created through the self conversion. So after that, physics does the rest. I don't need to be a physicist. I don't need to understand physics at all. But I understand physics enough that I am aligning my ontology with physics, because I see physics as a direct reflection or expression of consciousness itself. So
Right. That gets into a good point.
I always
That
said
gets
in the
into a good
past that
point.
consciousness cannot be anything other than what it already isn't, or already is. And so physics is just the language that describes what it is, or its process, rather.
So I guess what my central confusion was with the model is LFM appear to oscillate between like three really incompatible claims. And I'm just gonna throw this out there and let you address it, I guess, in our open dialogue here. But the one thing you say is that consciousness is fundamental, and that's kind of like an idealism.
Yes.
But then number two, physical reality is generated by frequency mechanism. So that's what I would call quasi.
Did I say that though?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I want to ask, because I get that from your introduction. That's the video that I have from you on LFM from about 6 months ago.
Well, you can't go by that because I've refined it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about my opening. Right, my opening may not really reflect what's going on. So I'm just kind of reading through, and we'll iron all that out. But that was the confusion, that physical reality is generated or arises by frequency mechanism. And I would have called that a quasi-physical emergence theory.
Yeah, but now I'm saying that consciousness acts upon itself.
Okay.
In other words, it has the intrinsic ability to convert itself. So we're talking about state changes here.
So would you say that observation shapes like physical and quantum outcomes, like say like a participatory or interpretive quantum metaphysics? Like the problem.
Sticking to my model, the only thing I'm saying is that awareness, it obviously is aware of itself. So I'm talking about awareness as I defined with my two pillars. The only thing that I'm saying is that this awareness triggers spin.
And is spin an appearance or an expression of consciousness, or is spin
is what it's doing. It's part of its mechanism. It's a part of its own mechanism.
Is the physical world objectively out there? Like, is that like, does it have standalone existence? Of like, is consciousness different than the thing that it's causing, which, for example, spin?
Consciousness is one substrate. It has the intrinsic ability to act upon itself, which is what I call a conversion. It has the ability to convert itself. We're talking about state changes. In other words, water can be ice or steam. That's what we're talking about.
So it's made of the same stuff.
Right. And that's why it's monism.
Well, that's why it sounds like the same thing as what I'm saying.
What, idealism? Well, the problem with idealism is it says that, reality is a projection onto a screen. It is not a real representation of consciousness. Well, if you think of that, like let's think of the dashboard analogy, and you have an icon. Who controls the icon? You need a programmer. I have a problem with that.
Well, there's different forms of idealism. There's also dualistic idealism. There's all kinds. So you're saying that the kind of idealism that I'm kind of saying is that I guess you're understanding.
I'm saying who killed the icon? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. So anyway, let me do this. Let me go back into my opening and see what else I'm saying here. So this is what I mentioned before, is that the dualism that you can't escape. Now, here's like a philosophical contradiction if this is the case. So LFM appears to claim that consciousness is fundamental, that physical reality is generated through frequency mechanisms, and matter arises from those processes. So what we have are two candidate realities, is what it sounds like. A, consciousness, which is primordial, and B, frequency / physical dynamics, which is like structure, like the generator of matter. Now, the question that becomes kind of unavoidable for me are these the same thing, or are they different things? Because if they're different, you have dualism or dual aspect metaphysics. If they're the same, which I think you're saying they're the same, then the model is collapsing into idealism. But LFM never, at least before, seemed to commit either way. Instead, you sort of preserve both ideas, like consciousness is fundamental and physical frequency dynamics are causally operative, right? So this is exactly where the incoherence enters in if you're going to say that it's not dualistic. So
I will explain that.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, you got to understand state change. This is very important. So let's go over this part first. When liquid water freezes into a rigid hard ice cube, does it become a second substance? No. It is still H2O. The ice cube hasn't split reality into a dualism. It has simply executed a thermodynamic phase transition. That's what I'm calling it.
Mm-hmm.
It is the exact same substance operating in a denser, lower energy state. That is exactly how the Lucifer frequency model works. Primordial consciousness, C, is the only substrate that exists. Through the automated mechanism of amplified observation, O squared, it compresses, slows down, and condenses into stable, rigid matter, which is M. Matter isn't a separate thing outside of consciousness. Matter is consciousness in a frozen state. If you think a change of state equals dualism, then you don't understand the definition of dualism, and you fundamentally do not understand my model. Now, next, I'm going to go straight into this. Why do we experience practical dualism? Because that's the only kind of dualism we experience. It's practical. So we experience dualism for practical, localized reasons, but in the Lucifer frequency model, that isn't an illusion or a trick. It is a mechanical necessity. Once the unmanifested field executes amplified observation, creates a boundary through spin, and condenses into matter, those boundaries are real. A localized node of consciousness, a human being or an animal, has a specific boundary, its physical body. Because boundaries exist, interaction can now happen. You cannot have a relationship or an experience or a reflection if everything remains an unbroken, uniform white light. The field must create internal contrast to interact with itself. Think of the yin and yang, right? So the circle itself is the unbroken field of primordial consciousness. The swirling line down the middle is the literal torque and spin generated by self-observation. The black and white halves are the contrast, the light, high frequency, unmanifested potential, and the dark, low frequency, condensed physical matter, the womb of creation, if you want to call it that, right? So the little dot of the opposite color inside each half represents the exact thing you have been arguing, that the potential for physicalist is baked right into consciousness. So this is what I'm saying. It's state change. It already contains the potential within itself, and it has to create a contrast to be able to interact with itself and experience itself. It needs time, because time is also a necessity, because it can look back on itself and say, hey, I need to change something here, I need to change something there. That's what we do with self-reflection, is we technically go back in time, right? Or memory, or whatever you want to call it. That you couldn't do that without time. So this whole physical state has to exist.
Okay. So what do you mean by state change specifically? What does that mean?
I explained that, Scott.
But I mean, like, so it's changing just into a different form of itself. I get it. But
Yeah.
so consciousness has modes. Like, let's say a state change of consciousness could be like sadness or joy or some other sort of mode of consciousness, like deep
Those are
thinking.
psychological state changes. But
Yeah,
yeah.
those are psychological state changes. So is matter, as you're defining it, is it just a psychological state change? Like it's
No,
just
that's what idealists do. I don't give it anthropomorphic qualities. I strip it completely of that. It's mechanistic monism. It's a mechanism. That's it. There is no. Think of a baby. I use this analogy all the time. A baby is the representation of pure consciousness. A baby has no concept of what's right or wrong. It has no concept of identity or anything of that. It just mechanistically needs to be fed, needs to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is none of that in primordial consciousness. None of
mm-hmm,
that.
mm-hmm. So it's made out of something other than consciousness, this expression.
No, no.
Okay, so the mechanism is consciousness itself. It's just expression of consciousness.
The mechanism, I explained it.
Yeah,
It is
just go over it
consciousness.
one more time because I might have missed that.
It has intrinsic abilities. All right, awareness, because without awareness, there's no experience.
Mm-hmm.
Action, because without movement, nothing happens. Nothing actualizes. And then, of course, what's the third one? It's awareness, action. Wait a minute. Hold on. Because I got to keep my definitions straight here. I've changed my own shit a lot of times. Wait a minute. Either way it goes, it doesn't really matter.
So it has intrinsic abilities, awareness, and
Actualization, I guess.
actualization. I'm just kind of notating it all, so
when the
because
final
I will forget.
when the final conversion happens, you get matter, basically.
Okay. And you're saying that this fits into a monism rather than a dualism.
Well, it does, because it's one substrate. It's not different things. We're talking about state changes.
Okay.
And everything is not experience. Experience requires time. Time requires spin. Spin requires self-observation. So
Mm-hmm.
the condition exists by itself before all that. It's
Okay.
it's awareness. Like, see, the problem with idealism is idealists like to collapse everything into one word: mind, experience, and awareness. They collapse it all into one thing, and I separate all of that. There's a big difference between those things. That's why I made that video between where I pointed out that mind is not consciousness, because mind is just a human psyche, and a mind does not come into play until structure happens, until boundaries happen. So to project that onto consciousness, I believe, is a category error, and it's misleading, because consciousness is not a mind at all. It's just a condition. And
See the way, right? And see, I agree with that. So the way I look at it is, we don't have consciousness. We are consciousness or awareness. Actually, we are awareness. I wouldn't even say consciousness. We are awareness. We don't have awareness. We are awareness. In other words, that's the shift that I think may be the same or maybe different. That's what I'm trying to get into. Because if you're saying that awareness is really, or consciousness is the mode or expression of the physical, or the physical world is just like a state of consciousness, then that seems at face value to be saying the same exact thing I am. So I'm not really sure what's the difference. It's just that you're really showing a lot of, you're just going into the specifics on how you get there, which is different than what I may be doing.
Well, I just don't think that you can actually bypass the part about monism being monism and idealism being idealism. So I will explain that as well. Personally, I see idealism as a fearful philosophy that tries to run away from the heavy, rigid, demanding reality of physical laws by calling them an illusion or a misrepresentation. It shrinks the universe down to a safe psychological bubble. Gosh.
See, guy's mad at you right now.
No, that thing broke yesterday. It just fell the fuck out. I don't know why. Just move it to the side. It's early, you know. My kids, they want to get breakfast.
Yeah.
I just think that idealists confuse non-duality with it's kind of like nihilism, right? When you say, oh, it's just all mental, it's just all mind, it's a misrepresentation. You know, I just ask myself, if a mind that large has this dream or this massive projection onto the screen, all the shit it could dream up, and it wants to dream up cancer, war, famine, and all that shit. And I'm like, everything that it could dream of, and it dreams that doesn't make sense. Also, secondly, why is physical reality so structured? It is so rigid. You know, you cannot defeat the laws of nature, laws of physics, right? You have to abide by them. There is not shit you can do about it. And we know that dreams or projections do not have those type of boundaries. We know that. So if we're going to use it as an analogy for consciousness, I would say it only covers a small part of consciousness, right? The unconscious, or maybe. It's a side of consciousness that it also has, but it's not the fundamental reality. Just like your dreams are not fundamental reality.
Well, the few things you said, a lot of things, but one of the things that stuck out first is, why would it dream up cancer or things like that? Like, I don't know. I'm not saying that I don't believe in a God. So I don't believe that this primordial consciousness is necessarily an intentional, answer of prayers to make things so comfortable for everybody. I don't see it that way. I see that.
But that's why you distance yourself from that. That makes you more of a monist.
But that's not that. No, that's not what. See, what idealism is actually saying. It's not. Well, first of all, it's not saying that physics is fake or laws don't work. What they're usually saying is that physical laws describe patterns in experience, like appearances, not mind-independent matter. So in idealism, laws are stable and predictive, but they govern appearance and consciousness, not an external material world. So it's non-dualism. So gravity, for example, is not denied. It's just reinterpreted, just like everything else. It's not that they're denied or anything like that. Why illusion is sort of misleading? Well, in serious, idealistic sort of philosophy, illusion usually does not mean like non-existent or random or unreal. It means dependently real or appearance-based reality. So let me give you a little analogy on that. So like a dream has structures and laws, like you mentioned, but it's not independent of your mind. So idealism is closer to physical, consistent appearances are what's real rather than a fake world, right? So it's not escaping physical laws. It just, and it also depends on what you mean by escape. If you mean, do idealists deny regularities like physics? No. If you mean they deny the laws,
idealism says it's all mind. So when we say it's all mind, we're anthropomorphizing it just the same as religious people do, and we're saying it only happens within the mind. So, like I said, idealism collapses all these terms into one: appearance, experience, all that stuff into one, and it's all mind. I think that's a category error because it creates a hidden dualism. Because, like I said, who controls the icon? You have to find now you got to produce a programmer. The mind at large. I stay away from that because, again, my model is 100%. Is that the word mechanistic? There's no, you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you justify a physical experience under that ontology? I can't wrap my mind around that.
Well, yeah, like I see the confusion between mind and consciousness, for one thing. Like, for me, mind is something that is like an excitation. Mind is an activity. It's a mode of consciousness, locally so. But so each person has a differentiated mind. Like your mind is different than mine. Those are two different. Yeah, and minds are bounded. Mind has boundaries. It's limited. Like, I don't know what's in your mind. You don't know what's in mine, blah, blah, blah. So mind is sort of not the same thing as this primordial consciousness, because I'll go ahead and use that language just to be clear, because you also agree with primordial consciousness. But primordial consciousness, I would say, mind is derivative from primordial consciousness. They're made of the same thing, mentality. So it makes sense that one could say, like, primordial consciousness is like the great mind or the big mind, the capital M mind. But I don't even want to say that, because for you, like, it's confusing, and I understand why. Like, I don't even like to use it either, because if you talk to a lot of physicalists, they'll say, no, the mind is what's in the brain, and if you destroy the brain, you destroy the mind, and that's very true. But it doesn't destroy awareness like primordial consciousness, because primordial consciousness is before mind. It's fundamental. It's the condition for mind and everything else. And that's how I understand it.
But that's not idealism, Scott. I'm sorry. We can look it up right now and I can prove it to you. That's not
pull
idealism.
it up. Yeah, pull it up and share the screen. I'd like to see that.
I can't do that. It's your channel.
Send me the link and I'll pull it up.
You got to pull it up.
Okay, so you want me to pull it up off AI or something? Like, where you have a source that you'd rather go by?
Let me see.
Because, see, I just see that it as a semantic thing.
Well, it's very important, though. It's not semantics. So if one rejects
the concept of greater mind and says that actually it's primordial consciousness that's fundamental, you're saying that is not idealism. to be clear.
No, because I define primordial consciousness completely different from an idealist.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like if I was to say that consciousness is fundamental, or reality is fundamentally primordial consciousness, that is not idealism.
No, like I admitted during my essay that idealism has one part right when it says that consciousness is fundamental, but how it defines consciousness is what I have a damn problem with, because it defines, like I said, consciousness as experience, as mind. It takes all those terms and collapses it into one. I don't do that. I just make clear distinctions. And those distinctions are important because a mind is a mind. A mind has human attributes. A mind does not come into being until the differentiation happens.
Right. And that's where the non-dualism comes in for me. Like whenever you
non-dualism isn't eliminating the contrast. Non-dualism is reconciling the contrast, finding the balance between the two, like the yin and yang. And idealism basically gets rid of one category and then calls it wholeness. That's not what true wholeness is. Wholeness is the contrast is there for a reason, and we are to reconcile that contrast. And we do this by aligning ourselves with physics, the laws of physics. It's mechanical. You know, spiritual alignment is not really anything spiritual. It's the alignment with the mechanism of consciousness, point blank, period. It's entirely mechanistic. Is that right? Mechanistic. Anyway, I wanted to read this real quick.
There's a distinction between I just want to get this right, because this is really the crux of the whole argument. So are distinctions of mind and consciousness, is that the case? Are those two things?
What do you mean with distinctions of mind and consciousness? That sounds weird. What is that?
Yeah, like when you could, I'm just picking up on the word you said. You said that they're not different, they're just distinct. So I'm trying to ask you, when you say that they are distinct, mind and consciousness, are you saying that they're different things altogether, or are you saying they're just
this? If you're calm right now, but you can also be angry and have a psychological state change, does that mean you're one being or two people?
One.
All right, there, you answer your own question.
Okay. So you're saying they're pretty much the same thing. Mind and consciousness are the same.
Ontologically, you're Scott.
Mm-hmm.
You can have a psychological state change and fly off the handle, and you can also be humble and loving, right?
Yeah.
Those are just attributes of yourself, your own psyche, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your own individual subjective experience that we call Scott, that's the ontology of you.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying.
That's all I'm saying too.
Okay, well then you're not an idealist. Okay,
So
let me read this real quick because we got off track for a second here. The experiencer versus the experience, the psychological split. Monism requires that reality consists of only one indivisible substance. Idealism, however, defines its foundation through the lens of human psychology, using terms like mind, thoughts, or perception, or projection, or the screen analogy, the fucking dashboard analogy, and all that kind of stuff. So by definition, reality as a mental experience or a cosmic dream, idealism instantly creates a dualistic trap. You cannot have an experience without an experiencer. You see where the separation is? You cannot have a dream without a dreamer. Even if an idealist claims there is only one cosmic mind, they have split that mind into two distinct things, the part that is perceiving and the imagery being perceived. So that keeps going back to what I said about the icon. If the icon is on the dashboard, who controls the icon? Because the icon can't do shit by itself, right? But I'm saying that consciousness intrinsically has the potentiality of different things, and it has the ability to change its own state by acting upon itself. Can an icon do that?
No, but nature can, right?
That ain't what I said, though. That's not what I'm saying.
I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that.
Okay, well then we on the same team, and you're not an
That's what I'm
idealist.
trying to tell you.
But you're not an idealist. Stop holding
That's what
on
I've
to
been trying to tell you.
because Kastrup is confused. Look, Kastrup is confused because he sits there and says he's afraid of an afterlife and he doesn't want to do all this shit again. Even according to his own ontology, that's not possible. You know, he contradicts himself. I respect the man's work to a certain extent. He has some pretty cool analogies, but those analogies are not necessarily, you know, the best analogies. They can give us a little bit of insight, but they can also be misleading. Like Bernardo Castro, he's not God, all right? Like, I'm sorry.
And I don't necessarily agree with everything he says, but just on a generic view of idealism, mind equals consciousness. So like someone says, so like if somebody said mind equals nothing but conscious experience, you know, then yes, that's close to idealism, or at least a radical consciousness first monism. I agree with that. Because now you're saying reality is reduced to experience alone. And that is a core general idealistic move. So I really think that your model is rooted in idealism, though.
No, it has elements of idealism because a lot of philosophies overlap. That's it. That's all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I like that. I love that actually. I like that. You know what I like about? Let me start talking about the good things about your model. And I'm not saying anything was bad at all, anyways. I'm just trying to understand it. But I would say one of the things I like about the thought that went into the model is the fact that you're not trying to just pigeonhole anything. You're trying to see everything for what it is and really just connect everything in a way that makes literal sense. Like you're trying to make a logical pathway for everything that works. And I love that actually. I love it. I'm just wondering, but then it's sort of described as a kind of monism. And I just am not sure, but based on what you're telling me now, I think it kind of is, because even if you say it's kind of like with panpsychism, like panpsychism is not the same thing as what you're saying at all, but it is. But there is, right. I was about to say that there is some sort of overlap, like because it'll say that, well, consciousness is fundamental. And then on the other side of that same coin is the physical reality somehow. Maybe it's embedded or maybe it generates. And I guess what you're saying is more of a generational kind of thing. Like it uses frequency and, you know, probability to create the frequency in order to express its own intrinsic will as consciousness. But here's a question. There is cancer, there's all kinds of evil, there's all kinds of things that cause problems for experienced people. How does LFM model resolve that problem of evil or problem of suffering and cancer and all that?
Well, because the primordial condition in its infant state, right? It has.
Say that again.
You have the primordial condition in its infant state, which is just pure potentiality.
Mm-hmm.
I compare it to an infant, right?
Mm-hmm.
An infant has no concepts, no knowledge, no nothing. That comes with time. It has to grow. So what I'm saying is that consciousness is a perfect imperfection, and it is directly tied to evolution. So as it evolves, it will make mistakes because it is unraveling. It is discovering. It's like a journey of self-discovery. So
Yeah,
But
it's
that's
kind of like what you were always saying. Okay, so
yeah.
I still agree with that. I'm you know, I agree with
So
that.
when we look at it from a mechanistic monism, there's no one to blame. There's no God in the sky. Oh, why did this God do this to us? What kind of love? And that's, I mean, that is a valid thing to question. If there was such a fucking God, he would be a damn psychopath, and that's what the Abrahamic God looks
Wait a
like.
minute. Now you're making the Abrahamic people mad. You
But I
can't
don't
do
care.
that.
It's about time for them to get some of their asses, because that's a big problem, and why we don't fucking is holding evolution back. Like, honestly, we need to get that shit the fuck up out of here.
Yeah, and it's a dualism.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and take the L, and I'm going to say to you that your view is a monism. Actually, it's a little bit of it's kind of a hybrid sort of theory or model, which is really cool. That's the strong point about it. I like you're not just pigeonholing into one or other thing. You're thinking. You're putting it all together. So I'll go ahead and take the L and say, look, that's a monism. It's not idealism, but it is a monism, and it's not dualism. So other people may disagree. I'm not gonna push the point because it sounds like, for all intents and purposes, it is a non-dualism actually, because you're saying the substrate is one thing, and that's all that really counts as far as I'm concerned. As long as you're saying the substrate is always the core fundamental
Only the
and
substrate.
it's only the one, then I don't have a problem. I don't really have a problem with that.
Yeah, there's
I just didn't know if it just sounded to me like a lot of weird dualistic language going on that I didn't understand. But um
yeah.
so spiritually abstract asks, Scott, do you believe in metaphysical idealism? Yeah, because I sort of interpret it very similarly, if not, I don't know if it's total because I have to go look to be honest, but I think it's very similar, if not the same, as what Sophia is talking about. That's my own view. And matter of fact, I have, you know, a lot of different views that I put down on paper.
Well, what I would encourage you to do, Scott, is to reconsider the whole idealism thing, because I think that you're more closer to what I'm saying, and you may want to just like refine your own views and
Mm-hmm.
really come into clarity about what you really, really, truly lean towards, and then try to develop either your own category or finally just come to the light and accept that it's more monistic than idealistic.
Well, idealism is considered a monism, though.
Well, it can be if it's there is like an idealist monism or some shit like that, but that's like a very unrecognized small sect of people, and they still have like a bunch of flaws in that shit. You know, like there are these panpsychists that say everything is conscious, but they start with the small particles and then somehow sprinkle consciousness on top of it. So they haven't even like figured out their own panpsychism yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, but most idealists are not monists. It's really not monism. But hey, is anybody out there that want to argue me down on that?
Yeah, like well, I would like to see somebody come on board and challenge that. Hold on, let me put the link up again. And I think Dark Light may have something to say about that. He's one of our newer,
Yeah, Darklight, why you didn't respond to my comment the other day when you said I was going down?
because he says there are many forms of monism. So
Yeah, there
oh,
are.
come on, Dark Light, come on and bring that, because I already know how you feel about all that. So
Essentially, though, monism still means one substrate, one thing, right? Ontologically, one thing.
like, for example, so I have here, you know, you talked about I need to explore idealism, and I kind of did that. I started to really try to look at it, and so I came up with one of the things I came up with is called integrated idealism. So this is a thesis on, just like yours, mind, matter, and fundamental structures. And so the way I look at it is integrated idealism is kind of like the view that the physical world is real, it's measurable, and law governed, yet not metaphysically ultimate. It's primordial consciousness that's ultimate. So unlike a limitative idealism that would treat matter as an illusion, as you say, what I'm trying to say is that integrated idealism would agree or affirm the empirical success of science and physicality and the operational reality of the physical world, but it still holds that physicality is a bounded mode of manifestation, which is embedded within a deeper consciousness, ontological primordial consciousness is what you would call it. So matter is not denied by me, but contextualized as a expression of a more fundamental reality that's nature is not exhausted by the description of physicality, right? So it seems like it's almost saying almost exactly what you're saying. I'm just kind of approaching it a little bit different.
I mean, I guess it's sort of valid because you still use the word idealism because you share the
right
polarity of consciousness being fundamental. I get that.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying is that
I'm not like when we ask this question, is the physical world fundamental? Like, let's go back to the water and ice, right?
Mm-hmm.
If water can have a state change and ice is just water, then to me asking is ice fundamental is kind of redundant.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's the same thing I'm saying. That's exactly. Yeah, so, thank you. I'm actually going to add that to the view because that kind of does makes a lot of sense there. So basically, what I'm saying with my model is that integrated idealism concludes that consciousness and matter occupy different ontological roles. That's it. Like matter is a domain of what I call a token in my view. You know what a token is? It's kind of like an instantiation of a larger system. Like I get this from computer science. So like matter is a domain of tokenized, measurable instantiations. And the boundaries are perspectival. So they're formally constrained. So like mind, by contrast to idealism, would say that the structures through which reality is known may therefore stand in closer relation to the fundamental type organization of reality. In other words, consciousness. So in this sense, physical reality is not denied, but just reinterpreted. And we are sort of like tokens of that entire system. But I think someone popped in. I think Dark Light. Hey, what's up, Dark Light?
Hello.
Hey, go ahead. What do you have any questions, brother?
No, I just came to join the conversation.
So is no one here to crucify me? I wanted to feel like Jesus.
No, I don't generally come at people sideways.
I'll be talking shit. Don't mind me.
I get more into discussion than debate. I don't believe in debate because I think debate is based on a perception of absolute truth, and I don't believe in absolute truth. I believe all truth is subjective.
There you go, Scott. Stop all that debating.
Yeah, stop the debates, man. But I like the debates because they increase my serotonin level.
I generally prefer to be chill. You know, I don't really like it when people come at me sideways, but when they do, I kind of have to get sideways back at them. But that's not my go-to mode.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Tit for tat, man. Nah, let me stop. Shouldn't have done the tit. You wouldn't have got the tat, bitch. Now let me stop.
Yeah, I claim a unified duality. I don't quite like the term non-duality because I do acknowledge a duality, but I call it a unified duality. And as far as monism goes, there's a spectrum of monism. You know, there's all kinds of different overlap and parallels. You have theistical monisms, you have atheistical monisms. Right now I'm writing a book. It's Dark Lightism, the theology and the theory for human ascension is what it's called. And so I'm pretty much describing the same thing in two different ways. The theory is going to be for theists, and the theology is going to be for theists, and the theory is going to be for atheists and empiricists. And I'm pretty much describing the same thing in two different ways in the book.
Sounds pretty freaking interesting.
But Dark Knight, you've already contradicted yourself.
I just wanted to note, I wanted to note that the reason I want to like literally have nothing to do with idealism is because it's not something that convinces people a lot. You know, it's a bad tool to use because people are going to always say, well, they're going to feel dismissed. You know, our physical experience is very much real, and they're going to feel like you're telling them it's just an illusion, and no one's going to go for that shit. You know, maybe a Christian, you know. Would you want your experience invalidated like that? Someone telling you pain is an illusion while you getting your face bashed in or some shit, right? You're not going to... Huh?
Life is pain and suffering. Like anyone that's lived knows that life is pain and suffering. I absolutely acknowledge both the physical and the metaphysical. I acknowledge the mental and the physical. You know, so there is absolutely a dualism. There's a foreground and a background. There's time and space. You know, there is absolutely a dualism, but there is an inherent intrinsic unification under that dualism. So that's why
practical dualism.
Well, I call it a unified dualism. So I do acknowledge the dualism, but I also acknowledge the inherent unity within the dualism.
Right. That's the whole point of that's the whole point in my mind of the practical dualism. It's to be unified with itself, basically. You know, we all have that inner contrast, right? That doesn't make us two different people, though.
There's different ways to take dualism. You have a separated dualism, like what the Abrahamic religions go with. That they acknowledge dualism, but they endorse a separate dualism where it's you know, us versus them, good versus evil, light versus dark. It's all dualism to the extreme. And they acknowledge the separation of everything. Not only acknowledge it, but they like fully dive into the separation of the dualism. Whereas that's actually, that's actually the one thing I say that the theology of Abraham is broken, and what makes it broken is they incessantly attempt to divide that which is united, which is existence, the creation.
Yeah, but I don't really deal with words like creation either, though. For me, it's just all a state change.
Well, I acknowledge that. I just use it as a colloquialism. I don't believe in a creation as people say it. So nothing is created or destroyed by the laws of conservation.
Right.
So I believe in an eternal universe. You know, it always was. There was. Well, there's another interesting dualism, which all comes back to number 5 in my Dark Light Decalogue, which is paradox. There is paradox homogeneously saturating all of existence. You have everything within nothing. Okay, you can say, check it out. So you have this bottle right here, and this bottle is empty, right? And just at looking at it, you'll say, yeah, it's mostly empty. But then you'll have science that says, well, it's full of air. Okay, but even at the point where you pump the air out, is it empty now? Well, it doesn't have any atoms in it. You know, if you totally pump all the air out of it, you know, but at that point, it's still not empty. At that point, you still have your quantum fluctuations. So there is one of the inherent paradoxes, which is everything is nothing, nothing is everything. So all the nothingness that you perceive is full of something. And that's just one of the inherent paradoxes that I acknowledge.
Yeah, even nothing is something. I agree. I've actually talked about that before with Scott, remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I agree.
And we talked about mereological nihilism, which would say that, kind of saying the same thing, like all those composite objects don't truly exist as we describe them all the time, just as one way. Because you can look at like a chair and a computer sitting on like a computer sitting on a table with a chair, and you'd say, well, there's 3 things there. Well, actually, no, a physicist would say, no, there's almost an infinite amount of things there, all those atoms and subatomic particles. So who's telling the truth? They can't both be right, because that would be a contradiction. But actually, no, on my view, they're both right. It's just that you're looking at it from different perspectives. One person's looking at it from a physics perspective, another from a classical perspective. And you can do that with everything. That's why I'm leaning towards integrated idealism. I'm taking a little bit of the idealistic perspective, but I'm combining it with the things like what Sophia's talking about. I'm trying to like put all that shit together to make sense. You know, it's just another way of looking at it. That's all.
Yeah, and I mean, that's fine. You have your own ontology and it's original, and you're taking some pieces of idealism, but I mean, I don't deny that consciousness is fundamental, and I would say that's the only thing I have in common with idealists.
Me too.
If you look at the bigger picture of my mechanism, it's monism. You know, it's neutral monism and field monism, I would say. So it's kind of a little bit of both. But yeah, like he said, there are a lot of different monisms. There's a lot of shit, a lot of shit, everything, man. Like there's too much of it.
That's why it's really hard to pigeonhole stuff. That's what I like about the LFM model. Like I don't like anything that would say, well, this is the only way it can be, and all those other factors that I already secretly can't explain are just illusions. They're just, you know,
I wouldn't say that. I would never say that what I'm saying is absolute truth. This is definitely what I believe.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I want to give another example as to why, because I just really think that nature reflects reality. So let me read this little piece here. Y'all gotta help me with this word. Homogeneity, is that right?
Homogeneity.
Homogeneity is how I'd say it. Yeah.
Homogeneity. Yeah, that's even better.
What a crazy word, man. Anyway, like begets like. Water turns to ice, but it's still water. A self-sufficient organism reproduces from within itself because the potential is already inside it. Nature never violates this rule. It never magically jumps categories from non-physical ghost mind to dead matter, the way these academic philosophers try to claim. So when you look outside and you see the universe actually working, you see the self-contained, self-igniting, state-shifting mechanics of the world, proving that, you know, my ontology is basically right. Not to sound arrogant, because we see it reflected back to us every day in how nature works, you know? Mm-hmm. That's just how I look at it from myself. That's how I'm convinced. I had a real massive ego death, you know, 6 months ago. And that was a massive state change that I experienced myself. It felt like total annihilation because I was living my life in what's called the protector mode. And when I realized that somebody bypassed my protector mode, I shattered. I realized that that's not just who I am. I was still living a fake life, and for the first time I had to really face that last little layer about myself, and that was brutal. So I emerged out of that a different person, and so when I speak about my ontology, that's my lived ontology. I embodied it, you know what I'm saying? So that's how deep it is for me.
That's good. All right, we got Brooklyn Lou join the show. What's up, Mr. Lou? How you doing, brother?
Long time no see.
Hey, you guys are some of the smartest people I've ever listened to.
Well, thank you.
Amazing. I mean, you guys are so intelligent. And I had a question because I can't even go to the level of depth that you guys even go into. All right, but I will ask, who developed this LFM model?
Oh, Sophia. Yeah, Sophia wrote it.
Oh, it's Sophia's original model.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's incredible. All right.
That's why I'm here to shoot it down.
I mean,
I can't have her sit there and take all my thunder.
and like Doc Light also has developed his own understanding of the world, and I will tell you right now, you're both of you have understandings of the world that compete with any other intellectual thing I'm hearing. So
I really
that's an
appreciate
amazing thing.
Thank you, Brooklyn. I really appreciate that.
Right,
But
and
I
as far as
this model based on my own experience, I want to say, and as a mystic, I never really had a way of expressing the mystical experiences that I was experiencing, and I needed a language, right, to be able to talk about it without being laughed at or ostracized or put in the category of some psychic medium or some bullshit, like that. And it's my ontology is basically how I live. It's a survival mechanism. I need this ontology to be able to express myself and live as a mystic.
You ought to look at what you ought to look through. I found interesting. I saw this, I think, the other day. You should study like fucking octopuses and shit, man. Like octopus, man.
On that.
No, man, let me tell you. Octopuses, man, they have superpowers, man. Like they can sense a lot of things through their nervous system that gives them like almost precognitive kind of abilities and stuff like that. They can change their DNA on the fly just through thought. Like a lot of weird mystical kind of things, man. You ought to check that out.
Well, I did a whole video on that. Yeah, if y'all want to check it out, it's on my channel.
Cool.
It's basically about the nervous system of an octopus, which happens to be practically identical to what mystics experience. And it all just comes back to your nervous system. There's really nothing woo-woo about it. It's just how the nature of reality works. And once we understand that, we can get rid of all the it's magic, it's woo-woo, we can talk about it in a real way, right?
Yeah.
And I recommend that y'all check it out because it's really interesting, man. When I saw this stuff about the octopus, how it basically maps its environment internally without being able to see it, I literally had backflashes of when I have visions of things that I basically work out in my sleep. And I'm like, damn, I'm an octopus. Now I'm just over exaggerating, but yeah.
What does LFM stand for? I was wondering.
LFM, Lucifer Frequency Model.
And she uses that Lucifer not in the religious sense, and let me see if I get this right. It's basically phosphorus. It's from the I think
from the Greek word phosphorus. Yeah, it's from the
phosphorus. That's like a self-igniting light.
Well, phosphorus is self-igniting, and it comes from that word. And so, a self-igniting must take place in my model. And I see Satan, right, the light bearer,
Lucifer. Yeah,
Lucifer. I see him as a archetype who is a catalyst for existence, right, for the material reality. And so Jesus in this whole thing is just the same guy, it's just consciousness doing state changes, and Jesus is like the ultimate goal, right, where
it's like a mystic, like Christian mysticism almost.
Yeah, we want to achieve that, peaceful state. That's what we want. We don't want suffering and all that. But suffering is just the process that we go through, to evolve.
And let me not ignore Paul. He joined the stage. How's it going, Paul? I see you down there.
Oh, you know Paul too.
Yes,
I know Paul.
Juan. Yes, I do, sir. And
I know Paul.
Juan.
I know Paul. I play him sometimes. My name is Juan.
I know one.
I play Paul. It's a character I play. Yes.
You tell Sophia what you think.
Tell Sophia what I think
Yes.
about her eating my head. That is what she's doing in the picture. It is a
Oh,
picture by Joel. Joel, in Joel's picture, you are eating my head.
I'm eating your head.
Yes, or my brains or something. I don't know. It was unclear to me. I couldn't zoom in.
don't do that.
It's the avatar. I have an avatar.
If
In
that's
the avatar,
point,
you see the avatar.
the
You see
avatar.
it? Yeah,
What?
because Paul, he no have avatar. He no call in with avatar. So you see E here when camera no on. When camera go on, you see like this. When camera go off, you see avatar. Yes. Correct?
Ooh.
No? This is avatar.
See, this is
avatar.
shit I be talking about,
So
man.
we're all avatars or what?
Well, we are, yes, and we all have avatars too when our cameras are off. That unless we have, if we don't, we have an E. Paul, he had an E, yes,
What's an E?
an E. When your camera is off and you have no avatar, you have an E. It just says E, like the avatar box is empty.
Okay.
That's how that works. So I had an E before I set an avatar today. I set one. You see?
And you're saying Sophia made fun of that avatar or something, or ate it?
No. Well, we all had a good laugh. Joel made the avatar. It is great.
Oh, wow.
Fabulous avatar. Well, I mean, I didn't know. Well, that's what he was making at the time, but that's what he made.
What the hell is he talking about, Sophia?
Man, I don't even know. That is a weird consciousness that I have not yet been familiar.
It portrays Paul as a lion tamer, and Sophia as the lion eating Paul's brains, or something like that. It was funny for us all, but it is old joke now. Old joke.
Oh, I think I remember that. That was from last year. You remember that?
Maybe.
Sophia made a picture of eating Paul's brain or something.
Who the hell is
So I should introduce myself. I know Paul, and one's name is Juan. I know Paul.
Who is Paul?
Paul Marcel.
Paul, yes, Paul myself. Paul myself, Paul myself. Lots of ways to say it.
Okay,
He
so
likes them all.
Paul?
Ego man. One's name is Juan. What?
What happened with Paul? I'm confused.
What? Paul is still here. Would you like to hear from Paul?
Yeah, give her Paul.
Oh, guys, what's up? How you going? All my way. Or would you prefer me to talk more properly? Apparently, I'm underestimating how much the American citizenry enjoy the Englishman speaking properly. It's quite exquisite for them, and I feel I've been depriving you of not speaking properly because I speak regionally. Don't know, mate. You know, I relax it. I talk sort of like Russell Brandish
So who is
mostly.
Paul we're talking to?
Yeah,
I
this
guess
is
so. If that's who you want to talk to.
So
You want to talk to me like you're talking to Paul? That's fine.
this is Paul. He's just playing a joke on you, Sophia.
Man, that's what I'm saying. He trolling the shit out of me. Too early for that shit. I didn't even have enough coffee, Paul. What the hell wrong with you?
I hope I don't have dissociative identity disorder, and I am just creating characters for comedic purposes. I hope that is the case.
Well,
Really
you
do.
did pretty well because you had me fooled.
One's name is Juan.
So what is your
Yeah.
thought, Paul? Is the LFM model a dualistic model, or would you agree it's a monism?
Oh, is that the elephant in the room? The LFM?
Yeah, that's the big elephant in the room right
Shut
now.
the hell
'Cause
up.
I thought it sounded like the elephant model, and I thought I used to have one of those. That was cool. I've never had an LFM model, but I have one now. Luciferian frequencies,
Yeah.
light frequencies.
Yes.
Beautiful. Of course, it's beautiful. Light frequencies interacting. Yes. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. Sorry, I'm slipping a little bit into somewhere regional there. See, I'm from the universe. So I speak lots of dialects. And they say what you believe depends on where you're from. And I'm from the universe, so I'm a universalist. You know, this is kind of a non-dualism. This is non-duality. Non-duality. Non-duality, mate. It's non-duality. Non-duality. But when it becomes an ism is often just another prison. So it can start off as a key.
It's
And
all
every key,
man.
every key come with free prison. No have to take, but it's there. You can take it. It's on the floor. Free prison with every key. But it's there. You can buy keyring version if you're Hank Pym. Dr. Hank Pym have keyring version of prison. Then you get both just on the little chain. He's fine. But we now have the technology, so we take or leave. Key prison. The prison's free. But have you got room on the van?
So, Paul, let me ask you, man. So, to the question, how do you view LFM? Have you heard the whole debate yet?
I have heard that there is very much emphasis on structure, as is related to physics, structure that is related to mind, structure that is related also to simply just structure itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There is a trifecta of structure.
The emphasis is actually not structure. The emphasis is state change.
Okay. Within a trifecta of structure.
Just like you're doing right here.
Yep. Changing state.
Yes.
I was trying to access something professorial, you see, in me.
Professorial?
Yes. You know this word?
Yeah. So you're kind of being a prophet.
Oh, I have some prophecies. Would you like prophecies?
Sure.
Okay. Depending on how many people you have watching. I was hoping it would be hundreds or maybe thousands. But if it is just hundreds, that is okay. If there is hundreds of people watching, then there is a prophecy for hundreds of people.
Over time,
for hundreds of people is that within some of our lifetime, Cybertron will be built. And within fewer of our lifetime, the Cybertronians will build the relay. And within even fewer of our lifetime, humanity will go galactic. This is the prophecy. And the guardians of the future are other children. And this part is already known, that the guardians of the future are the children. This part is widely known. But often we go missing sometimes, and we talk sometimes about atheisms without knowing really what we are talking about. Because when you talk about American atheism, then this is relating to how in America does one say a God as a word? How in America is that said?
Jesus.
I don't even know.
Okay, that is one way it is said. Yes, it says je suis. It is said Jesus. Yes, it is also said I am. It is also said how else is it also said?
Yeah, but Lou, I would say Lou is one person who just rejects the entire word God, right? Would that be correct, Lou?
Yeah, I mean, you could turn God into something I might accept. But the general usage of the word, yeah, I reject it.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Amen.
I'm the same way.
So God, when you say God, I hear a word which is not quite finished, because I'm wondering if you are saying God as in to God, or you are saying God as in someone with a prisoner, or if you're going to say garden, or you were going to say guardian, but you did not complete the word. So in my more local area, one may speak of God, or one may speak of God, and rarely does one speak of God. You see.
So
inflection, very important.
Is it a
inflection?
plurality?
So important. You can go, oh, it's the same, it's the same. No, God, to me, God, this is generalized anxiety disorder. Yes? This is God to me.
God.
So I do believe in God. God is a disorder called generalized anxiety disorder. I also believe in God, and I believe in God. Okay? I believe in God, but it means something else to me. Like I believe God hates fags, but fags are smoked in my country. They are not bombed. Or maybe they are bombed as well. if you need to bomb a fag. But if you bomb a fag in England, you are not necessarily engaging in homosexual activity. You see? Because bombing a fag can be just borrowing a smoke.
Oh yeah.
Now, if you borrow a fag off of somebody who you were later bombing, then you were doing lots of borrowing of fags. Okay, but this is different, and I don't want to get judgmental about the bombing, either of the fags or of the fags.
This
Okay.
sounds
Also,
Are you
faggots
saying-
means something completely else in a different region of my country. There's a region of my country where faggot means sausage. It is a type of sausage.
Are you saying bumming?
yeah.
Bumming?
Yes, bombing
yeah,
a cigarette.
Yeah.
Bombing a cigarette is not doing anal. It is just taking a cigarette from someone.
Yes, we did that in New York. People would bum a cigarette all the time.
Yeah.
They go over to someone. I've had this happen many times. Hey, can I bum a light? Can I bum a cigarette from you?
Yeah.
So people underrate inflection for speaking of God, and God, because I believe in guardians. If someone's trying to say guardians and they didn't quite complete the word, I believe there are guardians. The changing guards of Buckingham Palace, I believe in those. I believe there are security guards. I believe there are lots of different guards. I guess if someone is from Boston, it'll be particularly guard. Wouldn't it? They've got a even more particular inflection on it. Garden.
The God is just
garden.
God is just whatever you make it, right?
Well, the same with gold and God. Different words, really, but not same, different, same, different, same.
The same with gold and God.
Go ahead and close your tab, Mason.
Different words, really, but
Hey,
Yeah, there you go. Hey, how you doing, sir?
good. How are you?
Doing good, man. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. How's it going today?
It's going all right. This has been an interesting discussion.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the doggy.
Oh,
The
what's the
puffer.
dog's name?
That one's Lottie Dottie. I got 17 dogs.
Damn.
Damn, that's cool.
The crazy dog lady.
The crazy dog lady.
I was wanting to know if I could read something for you guys really quick. Oh, that's a cute one right there, Juanito. I was wanting to read something from my theology that I just wrote kind of recently that kind of will give everyone a little idea about it.
Go ahead, man. Go for it.
So Darklightism is a unified framework offering two compatible expressions of the same underlying reality, one for the heart and faith in the theology, and one for the mind and evidence in the theory. It is fundamentally naturalistic and non-supernatural in both forms. No miracles, no.
Uh-oh, you broke up.
Damn, he froze.
Man, like,
It's Wi-Fi. It's your Wi-Fi, bro.
Oh, wait,
There you go.
I was trying to read from the other screen, and I guess it cut me off a little bit. Well, I guess I can't read from the other screen, so I can't read it.
all right, well, Lou, let's hear your thesis, Lou.
About what?
Your thesis.
I'll tell you what. What am I didn't know the LFM was original. You know, like original to Sophia. I had no idea about that. And I think that she did an amazing job. And if this was a debate, I think she won.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Good job.
I took the L.
I'm just happy to see you two settle your differences.
I don't know about all that because you still got me blocked, and I don't know why.
I just didn't want you to keep trolling my
I was not trolling.
man. But yeah, okay. I'll unblock you. Shit. To get back together. Shit. So maybe And you gotta meet the rest of the people that have joined me. Like Alex K from, there's this channel that they talk specifically about idealism. And yeah, they interview people like Donald Hoffman's people and all kinds of really big names and everything. They're really big. They always come to my show, man. And he wanted to come in and actually listen to this debate, but he had to. Yeah, and the other thing, this is really weird, Sophia. So I discovered their channel, and I was like, wow, this is a huge channel, and they talk about a lot of cool stuff. And I tried to contact them, and it took months and months, and finally they responded, and they've been on my show, several of my shows, right? Come to find out, Alex is the guy. He lives right here in my hometown.
Oh, wow.
He's right there. He's right here. So like next week, we're supposed to go get drinks together and stuff. So it's like, cool. Yeah, so it's like, wow, what a small world, man. I thought you was like somewhere else. And I've been for months trying to get with y'all. And he's like, no, we just never really noticed until recently that you had been, asking. And yeah, we'd be glad to jump. So they've been jumping on the show, debating people with me and talking about it. So yeah. And they were asking about you. And then Mr. Biscuit Speaks. He's another one. He's got like a really huge channel. I think you might have seen him before.
I actually follow Mr. Biscuit. What caught my attention is he likes Tool, and I'm obsessed with Tool, and he does covers, and I love it. Like I love his reaction videos to Tool songs.
I'm supposed to go to his house, man, as soon as I can to go smoke a joint together.
But I thought he's a Christian.
Oh, he is, but he smokes weed and hallucinogens and all that shit.
Wait, he ain't on the damn Christian.
He's a mystic. He calls himself a Christian mystic.
Well, that'll work, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like he interprets Jesus as.
I call myself a spiritual punk. Yeah. I'm a spiritual punk. And I think the spiritual punk and Christian mystic will get along just fine. Yeah.
Mr. Biscuit.
Because like oneness, oneness. So what? So what?
Well, I know you remember Mason, right? Mason was on the show when me and you still were moderators, like a while.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
And is this Mason here?
If Juan is Paul Missile, then I'm friends with him on Facebook.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. So the pan uniting guy, is that right? Pan uniting, Mason.
Hello.
Can you hear me? I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Mason, are you? Is your audio? Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Can you hear Paul? I mean, Juan.
No, I can't hear Paul.
Oh. It looks like the thing is moving on the thing. Am I audible to anyone or no one?
I hear you.
I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
It's hurting my ears, but yeah, I hear you.
I can hear you.
I don't hear him.
That is so weird.
Now, word from our sponsor.
Selective hearing. He doesn't want to hear you.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna leave and come back.
Okay.
And see if that works.
Yeah, come on back in.
But yeah, that's cool.
Juan also wanted to say something about maltheism.
I can hear Paul.
And polyatheism. You know polyatheism?
Polyatheism?
Yeah, everybody can meet at least there, I think. If we start outside, we do not agree on anything, we take one step towards agreement, we can say polyatheism. There are gods in which we do not believe. There are at least one.
From now on,
imaginary.
Everybody's true. Everything is right.
To be polyatheist, yes?
All right, here comes
most
Mason.
of us agree. Of course, atheists agree. Of course, atheists agree.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Most monotheists will agree that there are some gods that are not real. Most people agree, yeah. So we go for polytheism. We say that this is somewhere we can all agree there are imaginary gods, there are emperor gods, and we do not think that all gods are gods. We think that there are heavenly bodies, which may as well be gods. But
there is absolutely no evidence for God. Absolutely none.
Oh, well, that's interesting. So to know this, you must be omniscient, and to be omniscient, you are God. So you have just self-undermined, because you told me you know all things, and then you said nothing can know all things, but you told me you know all things.
There's no evidence for God because God is just a crazy, silly concept. That
you provided evidence for God when you claimed omniscience. You provided the evidence.
You're making the claim, so prove you're God.
Who's making what claim?
Well, you're talking about all these gods and God, so.
I said there are gods. Changing gods of Buckingham Palace. I believe in gods.
I'm talking about guards.
I also believe in gold and in God.
Yeah, well, where's your gold at?
Why are y'all letting this dude keep hurting people's brain? Come on now, Paul, drop the act. Let's get real. Let's get real, man.
Let's shift gears, man.
Hey. I have a question, please.
Yep.
When I was watching your debate, which was was kind of like, I guess it was more like Sophia explaining her ideas. Mm-hmm. But one thing came to my mind, and that is there's something called conceptualism, right? It actually is a philosophical term.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I seem to align myself with that. All right. Now, I don't know where idealism and Sophia's philosophy stand regarding that. But conceptualism to me seems to be that there is a separation, or at least a implied separation between things that are physical and things that are thoughts or conceptual. And I think I fall in that category, but I don't know if you guys are familiar with that particular philosophy.
I mean, I've never really heard of that particular philosophy, but again, the separation is just like, I would say that's an illusion. And I use the mind and body as an analogy. Like, your mind and your body exist at the same time, and they will never exist separately at any time. So even though there is a perceived separation, it's really not, because it all makes up you, right? And then what I do is I just call it a practical dualism or a practical separation, because we need the contrast, right? Without the contrast, we wouldn't know
how to talk about it.
How to interact. None of this experience would even exist without the contrast. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I say the same exact thing. I call it distinctions, conceptual distinctions. But go ahead, Lou.
I think what the point is about mind and body, I'm non-dualistic about that. I think they're interlinked.
Right.
So if they're interlinked, you could say they're one, right? So I mean that's I agree with that. But we're going further, I think, when we go into conceptualism. We're trying to define what these what is mind and what is body. What are we talking about when we say these things? And I don't know. I think most of these little minute distinctions, I can't help it, but I don't think they're that important. It's like,
well, some of them are, some of them aren't. A lot of times we are saying a lot of things the same. Sometimes,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But there are
some of it's semantic. Yeah, some of
it is saying the same thing in a different way.
True, but then there are some things that I make emphasis on, because, like I said, when it comes to idealism in particular, and you say it's all mind, that makes it hard to reconcile the fact that there is a physical reality. if you say it's all mental, you know,
Right.
it's.
You see how there's that little bit of friction there? I think maybe, and I'm not an expert on this stuff. I don't think that deeply on this stuff, but this thing called conceptualism might kind of link the two in a way that makes some sort of sense.
Sorry, I got sidetracked.
I was just saying that with this thing called conceptualism, which is a philosophy,
Right.
it may kind of put the two together in an organized way.
And that's kind of what I'm doing, because I'm not denying parts of an idealism, and I'm also not denying the physical reality. What I'm attempting to do is bridge the gap between the two.
Yes, and I like that.
Yeah.
Because I think that there's something to be said there that's important, you know?
And that's
Yeah,
all
like non-dualism doesn't deny conceptualism at all, actually. Like the only thing it does is it dissolves that split between mind, concept, and world, and it just turns it into one unified experience. So it doesn't deny conceptualism as a philosophy. It just kind of reframes a lot of things.
I'm more referring to the idealism part of it.
So idealism is an ontology, and conceptualism is an awareness. So like concepts appear in your awareness, like you conceive of things in your mind. So it's a mind thing, right?
Yeah, so it's like a perspective that develops.
Right, and so that's where they fit, because like idealism would like to say that all concepts appear in the mind. So that's true. And then conceptualism would say, that's true. But then conceptualism may further go and say, well, ontologically, there has to be a difference between the body and the mind, that the body is what gives the mind its life. In other words, the mind emerges from the body, on physicalism at least. And maybe some forms of conceptualism would say, this makes sense. There's two different concepts. There's the mind and the body. And so the body is different than the mind. So it's dualism on that level.
Yes. And it's almost like not so rigid.
But the problem is how, the problem that philosophy is asking, not just idealism or anything else. It's just the question of philosophy is, how do you justify or warrant the idea that they're separate when all you really start off knowing is that they're the same? They're all a concept within the same, mind, right? So how are you getting to, oh no, actually they're different. It's outside of my mind. The body is outside of the mind. It actually gives rise to the mind.
Yeah, so, I don't really see it that way.
Okay.
I see it more like there is a there literally, to me, seems to be just a perception issue.
Yeah.
At the core of this, when you get really deep and you drill down really far, it kind of is just a perception issue.
Yep, that's all.
How are we looking at this? How are we seeing it? How are we feeling this? These are perceptions.
Yep, and that's all we really have, because that's the starting point. Is everything appears to us through our interface, like our perceptual interface. So that's all we have. It's all we really
Scott, I want to ask you, because this might challenge you in a way.
Mm-hmm.
If that's true, and I agree with you on that, all right, is there really an ultimate answer at the end of all this? Like if it's conceptual, it's like,
I infer that there is an answer, if that helps. Like I can conceive of an answer, put it that way. I don't know the answer. Like because I'm never outside of again, we're just looping back around to the same problem.
Yes. And that problem makes like if you say, I'm an idealist, or I'm a naturalist, I'm a materialist, all these words, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we put ourselves in a box when we use these words, right? Because we're putting ourselves in a particular spot that someone defined as this philosophy, all right?
Mm-hmm.
And is that really necessary? I guess is my question. Like I don't really put myself in those boxes, although I feel comfortable identifying with some of them because I'm like, yeah, I kind of firmly fit in there. But I mean, are we really talking about what is true ultimately when we get into these things of, let's say, idealism versus another materialism or whatever? I mean, are we really talking about absolute facts or things, or is it more just about perception, is how we're perceiving things?
Yeah, and it's about how we perceive something to be less true than something else, not necessarily more true than something else, if that makes sense. Because you can say like 2 + 2 = 4 is a conceptual truth. There is no, like we had talked about this. I think we were doing a guy was trying to
the other day we were talking about that.
Right. So we can say, well, yeah, we all agree it's true. 2 + 2 = 4, but it's a conceptual truth, right? Is it a real capital T truth? I don't know, but we can say it's true, and we can build our world on it or our reality on those truths. So it's kind of like the same thing. Like 2 + 2 = 5 is less true than 2 + 2 = 4 because it's just a perception. We can't really say it's true. It's just a perception. But it just seems to me I lean towards 2 + 2 = 4 because I can map out a logic better, easier. And it's the same thing with idealism versus physicalism. It's the same way. It's like for me, an idealistic like worldview is something like 2 + 2 = 4, while physicalism is 2 + 2 = 1,000,000.
Yeah, but like,
you know why that is?
But wait, someone like me, I don't really try to jump into these boxes. It's like I think physicalism. When I hear you talking about that, I would say, no, I'm not a physicalist, So I could say, no, I'm not there. But I can't see myself jumping into the box of idealism. I'm just not in that box.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not to say it's not true. It's just saying I don't feel comfortable.
No one likes boxes.
In there.
Yeah, no one likes boxes. And for me, boxes seem like you've copped out. It's almost like, I throw my hands up. It seems like this makes more sense. So I'm an idealist or I'm a physicalist. It's like you're just kind of jumping in a box but what Sophia's doing, on the other hand, is she's trying to take all of the information and all of them and treat them as data points and then kind of come up with what makes more sense to her into a way that she can explain it, And that's what I like better than just jumping into boxes, like you say. That's why I came up with, I've got different physicalist views that I espouse. I've got different idealistic views, like the one I just mentioned, the integrated idealism. So it's like borrowing a little idealism with a little dualism. And so it's kind of like a dualistic idealism. It's saying that there's both the physical and the consciousness at the bottom. But then I also have just a monism view, which I call dynamic idealism, that does the same work. So, but which one is true? I don't know. All I can do is make models and see which one might make more sense to somebody, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like I'm always fascinated, with like the discussions I see with you've done with physicalism versus idealism. It's like they're fascinating to me. They're interesting. They make you think, but I don't see a finality of it.
That's all you need. The only point is to make you fascinated. That's all it is. See, this is the thing. I had Stephen Hoyt on. I don't know if you saw that, but he's like an academic philosopher, and he sort of is agnostic on idealism versus physicalism. He's one of those guys that I don't know. I don't really know, and I don't really care. But he cares enough to study it, academically. Like he spent years in philosophical academia. But he says, when I say I don't care, I don't mean that in like a mean way or a way to dismiss you. But he had told me in the interview, he says, all I'm really saying is that, Scott, is it really intellectual progress for you to sit there and come up with these models and then say that you've solved the problem, case closed? I mean, is that really what you think intellectual progress means? Or because to him, he says, no, intellectual progress isn't closing down questions. Intellectual progress is leaving questions open. How can we leave it open? Like he goes, I get this shit from physicalists all the time. This is why he's not a physicalist. He'll say, what I don't like about the physicalists is they say, look, all consciousness is it's an emergent property of the brain. I understand there's problems, but basically that's the reality. Consciousness comes from the brain. And he's saying, he asked them the same question. Is that really what you call intellectual progress, to just shut down the question and not even consider what the non-dualist or the idealist might have to ask about that? Like you just want to dismiss it away? Like, is that really? And he's like saying, I disagree. I don't think either camp is really being intellectual in that way.
I'm with him on that.
Yeah, and I kind of took that to heart, and now I've kind of shifted a little bit because that kind of resonated with me. I'm like, yeah, that it seems like a more skeptical view would be to leave it open, not just close it down.
I do call myself Brooklyn Lou the skeptic. So, yeah. So that would be, yeah, I'm leaving it open for myself, honestly.
I would like to table a motion for resolving the curly cur versus kicking cur option, where the word skeptic is concerned. You see, as a resident word nerd, I get all bent out of shape about these things. And go ahead. Sort of constant friction between us, whether one is a septic or a skeptic. You see, you see us spelling a septic and septics.
Oh, but, check this out, though. Check this out, because it's very strange, because I named my channel SKE, not SC. And I think that spelling, at the very least, distinguishes it from septic.
Septic.
Yeah. I'm not septic. I'm really not. I'm not septic. I'm not. To be septic, I wouldn't be talking to you guys if I was.
Yeah. You know? Please don't.
I'm not Listerine. Not in the slightest.
Yeah, go ahead. What is your issue with skeptics?
Who has an issue with skeptics?
Or what did you say about? I forgot. You said
septics. He has an issue with septics.
Oh, septics. Okay. Forever.
The curly cur versus kicking cur. It's a sort of Anglo-Saxon tension. Anglo-Saxon? No, Anglo-American tension.
White people.
It's the white people problem. Yes, very much.
Very much white people shit.
White people problems, man. I got white people problems. You would not believe the white people problems I got, man. Oh, I tell you.
Those white people jokes.
Sorry, I was about to start a story with I there, one of the more vulgarest of pronouns. Pronouns, what a lot of she here. Pronouns are a lot of she here. Come on. That's gold, that one.
But no? Paul, what is your attitude towards
dualism? Yes, you wanted to. I robbed you of a comment on dualism, on the aspect of is Scott's view more dualistic, or is Sophia's view more dualistic? I sense a whiff of dualism about both. You know, there's a dual aspect nature in there, right? The dual aspect of there is consciousness as felt experience, and there's consciousness as showing up as physicality on what you might call the screen of perception. And so there's something that a dualist, if a dualist was trying to pull you over to their side, the dualist would point at every point at which both of you are saying the things that you're saying about the physical and saying, well, yeah, okay, you're denying its fundamental existence, but you're still putting a dual aspect on what is a consciousness first view. So via that route, they would try to win you to their side. They would try to say you are in the dualist camp, and they'd be within their rights to try that. But then I think both of you would sort of dig your heels at some point and say, well, no, you're actually slightly more, you lean monistically, right? Okay, and so you are perhaps dual aspect friendly monists. Okay. You are a dual aspect adjacent, which the dualist will say, look, you're talking about my thing. Yeah, if they're that desperate for numbers, which they probably are. So I don't see many around, do you?
That's what we were trying to get down to, is I was trying to point out all those examples, but what Sophia is saying is that, no, I'm saying that what we see as dualistic things or objects are simply expressions of the same substrate. So it's not dualism. It's just the way that the primordial consciousness is generating or how matter is arising from primordial consciousness, and she gives a mechanism for it, which is frequency. Yeah. So she on her view, she's saying this is a non-dualistic monistic view, and we were trying to figure, and it sounded to me like dualism 100%. Well, and I'm just asking you, what do you think? I don't think that.
It's a contrast that's happening within consciousness. So it's not separate, though. It's just, like I was saying earlier, if you have a psychological state change, that doesn't make you two people.
Right. Yeah, and keeping in mind, like, shit, looking at some of those researches about like split brain and stuff, if you split your brain and there's no longer a unity, you've got two different perspectives going on within the same conscious mind, or the same mind, or actually you've got two minds within the same consciousness. Now, it used to be that people like Sam Harris used to say, oh, this is proof for dualism, because look, you can sever the brain and you've got two consciousness going on. But what they've debunked is that they've debunked it, and now they're saying that no, there's actually just still one stream of consciousness. It's just two perspectives within the same embodiment. So then someone like Alex O'Connor might come along like he did, and he asked, what's his name? I think he was talking to Sean Carroll or somebody. And he says, well, couldn't the universe be like that? Couldn't reality just be kind of like that split brain?
I may need to go and shout. Sorry, I'm going to come off.
So couldn't it say like there's just this one overlying what it's like to be the universe that's split off into these different, minds within the same reality? Because that's what non-dualism wants to say. But Sam Harris was like, well, look, he goes, here's the thing about that. Sam Harris says, saying that consciousness emerges from the brain, like strongly emergent, is like saying you can if we just put trillions of oranges together, emerging from that will come a watermelon. It'll turn into a watermelon. If you just put enough oranges together, you'll get a watermelon. And he goes, which sounds batshit crazy. And he goes, and I'll admit that. But he says, I can't help but believe that's got to be the case.
But materialists see physicality as a separate category. So I'm trying to figure out, how does consciousness, according to their view, which is something separate, arise out of a category that's completely different? That would imply
strong
that
emergence. Yeah.
that would imply that matter has a conscious molecule or something. But then what's the mechanism for that, right? And they don't have it. So why should I subscribe to that?
Right. And that's the hard problem.
So I think that if we go and reverse that and start with a different assumption, that consciousness also has the potential for physicality, voila, we just fix the whole universe.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, because and it also depends on what question you're trying to answer, because some people will say, like Joel, that time that started this whole thing off, Joel would say, well, if you just reverse it and say consciousness is the fundamental, now you've got the hard problem of matter. How does matter strongly emerge from consciousness? Like, you're not solving anything. You're just moving.
I'm not making the same category error. I'm not saying that consciousness and material is separate. I'm saying that consciousness.
I was saying too. Right. And that's what I was saying too.
It has the intrinsic abilities to, act on itself and basically transform itself like a transformer. And when you die, that's just the ultimate deconversion. And then the lines start to blur again and all that kind of shit, and all the structure dissolves. It's just a deconstruction, right?
That you have one big problem.
Do I now?
Well, I'm not saying you. I mean, the whole concept, not you personally. But the problem is that it totally comes down to how you're viewing these concepts. Because I firmly do believe that if you physically die, so the body is dead, I believe you have no more consciousness.
I don't believe that either. I think that your experience ceases to exist. It's done.
Okay, so
there's there's no afterlife for Sophia at all.
Right, but it goes both ways then. If your consciousness ceases to exist, your body also ceases to exist, right? Because you can't exist physically without consciousness. I don't think you can you?
Oh, I see. I detect the problem. I detect a possible problem here.
No, let me you got to explain that again though, because I'm trying to figure out that problem. What you're really saying? Like, say that again.
Well, I mean, I think we all agree, and maybe we don't, but I think we do, that if someone dies physically, they're just dead, they're no longer living, that they no longer have consciousness, right? Do we agree on that?
Yeah.
Scott, you
I would disagree. No one has consciousness. No one has consciousness.
Yeah.
So consciousness is a thing you have. It's a thing you are. So remember, we have experiences.
Okay.
Like, you can have experience of living, but you don't have consciousness. It's not like, does that make sense?
Yeah,
it does.
I agree with Scott. It's more like consciousness expressing itself as you, right? Which is a state change.
Okay, but
it's a mode of consciousness. So when you die, that mode just no longer is expressing itself as such.
So I agree with that as well, but it goes along with, I guess what I'm trying to get at is that's a non-dual idea that you just gave, right? That's non-dual. All right. Yeah. The body, the physical, and the consciousness are actually one in the human being, right? We are consciousness.
Yeah.
Okay. But if we physically die, both our consciousness and our body are gone. Do we agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So that's non-dual for sure, right? Yes. There's no duality there. All right. But does it go the other way? If our consciousness is gone, are we necessarily physically dead? I don't know. There's a little, you got to ask yourself that, right? Does it go the other way?
How do you know if someone's consciousness is gone though? You're a human being. How do I determine whether or not your consciousness is gone?
I would say in science or medicine, it would be what we would call brain dead.
Okay, but wouldn't you say there has to be an inkling of your mentality still present? Because
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Once you're not dead yet, so there has to be.
I don't know. I don't know how that works, and I think that's a question. I guess I'm sure
when you're on anesthesia, let's say when you're on anesthetics and they put you to sleep, so to speak,
and you're unconscious, although they say that, right?
You lose consciousness. So the way I would put it is that it isn't that you lost consciousness. Consciousness simply lost you, because the physical body something has changed in its structure that will not allow for consciousness to have you anymore. And so mind and all those processes sort of end as far as we know. Let's just assume that's the case, because I don't think that's really what's going on. Apparently, I thought it was, but as I've come to learn that actually, if they really did annihilate consciousness in your brain, you would just die.
You would be dead.
You'd be dead.
That would be the non-dual idea.
Right.
I mean, if there are still signals coming from your brain, then some of your mind is still active. I think there may just be some type of static interference, if you want to call it, or something. It's like an interruption to the interface. So
like if I could use an analogy, like say, you've got an ocean, there's a storm going on, you've got all these waves and all these things. Well, each and every person is that wave. Maybe you're like one of these waves. But then the storm goes away. Let's say the storm goes away, and this is analogous for getting anesthesia put in you. So now the storm of your mind flattens out. Now it's just the ocean. But
in my ontology, that just means the boundaries are dissolving, right?
Yeah, it isn't like someone took the wave out, put it in their pocket, and walked away.
Right.
The ocean's there. It's just not doing wave stuff. That's all.
We can say, or going along that line of thinking, we could say that when someone is unconscious but still living, they're not totally unconscious, right?
Right.
It's just a word we use, but it's not absolutely unconscious. There's still.
That's right. Good point, because that's what Sophia was trying to. Sophia was actually saying that that's her problem, is that people get confused on that, because really what's going away is your mind. Your mind is going to sleep, or your mind is just not there. But the consciousness is something different. That's what's keeping you alive. That's what's keeping some kind of realization going. Because without that realization, how is your heart going to keep beating? How is your lungs going to keep? There has to be an inner awareness of every function in your structure that has to keep going.
Yeah,
the
primordial condition in my model is the foundation of life. It's life itself, right? So without it, you don't exist. Period. Not in my ontology. So your psyche or your mind is just a small fractal of consciousness integrated into your interface we call a body, or physical body, or whatever,
or brain.
That's enough to keep your little body alive. You're just like a dot in the universe, something like that.
But I think it's interesting that we use these words that may not be completely accurate. When we say someone is unconscious, they're really not completely unconscious.
No, they just lack a whole lot of awareness, which is not enough to trigger that spin to, trigger that state change. So something interrupted that interface.
They're unminded. They're unminded.
Yeah.
They're not unconscious, they're
Like
unminded.
if you drink too fucking much, you're interrupting that interface, and of course, you're not gonna remember shit. You're gonna be all passed out, and we call that unconscious, but you're still alive, though, right?
Like one thing people say, this also kind of gets under my skin a little bit. I like to correct them. Is a lot of people that are now sort of, I notice a lot of people these days are starting to look at consciousness as more ubiquitous, and they're starting to take it a little more like a real thing. And so now what's kind of starting to be trendy to say in these fields are, oh, well, consciousness is on a spectrum. And that one gets on my nerves because it's like consciousness is not on a spectrum. Maybe intelligence and cognition and expression is on a spectrum, but consciousness
wasn't on a spectrum. I had friends with those. I had an Amstrad, and I had friends with Spectrums and Commodores and Amigas. I got a bit envious of the Amiga owning people, but I had an Amstrad, and quite a posh one too. It didn't have a green screen; it had color, but the Spectrums were cool. But there was, I don't think the ZX Spectrum was conscious. At least I hope not.
Well, it's like saying, you know, I don't know, you're a little pregnant. Pregnancy is on a spectrum. You can be 1 month pregnant, 2 month pregnant, 3 month pregnant, and everyone has its own defining quality to it. You know, it's different to be 6 months pregnant than it is to be, you know, 1 day pregnant, right? There's a different aspect to that. But you're either pregnant or you're not. It's not like it's on a spectrum of pregnancy. It's on a spectrum of expression, you know?
Yeah.
Yes.
And so, so that's kind of the problem too, Lou, with it, is that sometimes we're just with these words, if you just get the concept a little bit wrong, it can throw the whole fucking thing off, where you're not understanding. Like me and Sophia, like just one little thing threw the whole thing off for me, where I couldn't understand what the fuck she's talking about. Like,
and you went into
saying, and I agreed with everything.
And everything else.
Yeah,
I'm glad that we can swear and cuss. It's so liberating.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did I offend you?
No, I'm glad that we can do it. I think that the Church of the Streetwise should have a hymn that the Sunday school kids could come in and sing, called "Vulgarity is Purity."
Vulgarity is honesty.
Vulgarity is purity.
That's right.
Or at least it's purifying. It's very purifying.
And words are ineffable. And that's part of the problem too. Sometimes we talk about stuff, and like, if you really think about it, you could never really explain the color red to someone who never saw red before. You know, you would just be telling them shit that's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, if you're
I would say, what color is London?
Extra words, anyways. It's hard.
I would ask, what color is London? If they don't know what red is, I would say, what color is London today? And if they don't know what color London is today, then they haven't been watching.
Okay. I couldn't explain what the color of red is.
Sorry, this is advertising, isn't it?
Go ahead, Lou.
I couldn't explain what the color of red is right now, even though I know what it is and I've seen it. I couldn't explain what the color red is.
Yeah. And it's like when you talk about things like consciousness, especially, it becomes really deeply problematic, because it's like, what are you talking about? What do you mean consciousness? And some people don't even like the word, you know, and some people look at it like they confuse it with, oh, consciousness is like when you're thinking. And then other people are like, no, that's not consciousness. Consciousness is the awareness of thinking. Or, you know, people have different ways of defining the term. So
you know what I might try? If someone said, can you describe color to a blind person? I might try lining up beverages of pH balance, okay, and go low to high from the acidic to the alkaline, and say, start here, this is red, taste it, and it's acidic, okay, and then they go up to the alkaline through the Richard of York gave battle in vain. 7 steps. and described the 7 colors of the rainbow as associations. You know, that people would say this color is associated with this emotion. You know, green for envy, or green for healing, and purple for healing, and white being the summation, being the recollection, the reunification of the spectrum.
I thought purple was royalty.
Purple is kind of royalty. Do you know, I actually, mate, I've had a few cries lately for dear old Liz. I really have. You know, because it was all of our Queen that died for Englishmen. It was all of our Queen, no matter what your thoughts on the politics or the lizardry, if Liz was a lizard or whatever. I don't know about any of that stuff.
So challenge to the panel.
Oh,
can any one of you describe red? I can't.
Acid. Acid. That's red. It's acid.
There's ways of talking about it. I mean, you can call it a waveform, but that's not really getting, you know, it's like it's a frequency. Like color has a frequency, and you can describe it, but it's not what it is. Like, again, our language are just maps. They're not really the thing in itself. They're list of pointers, you know, and like people try to, it's just like we had that thing with those people that said, oh, reality is math. Reality is the equations, and it's even more real than the experience. It's like, no, math is the description you're giving to reality. And people oftentimes confuse the description with the thing itself. And so this is where language is fucked up, because that's all we can do is describe shit, you know.
Well, we all know what red is.
I'm gonna test this question real quick on my model and see if it can spit out an answer. Hold on a second. But y'all continue.
I was going to say, we all know what red is because we all see and we all are not colorblind. So when we talk about red, we can understand each other. But literally, we can't describe what red is. So it's just unusual, right? We can't really, I mean, I can't describe what red is.
Hey, Lou,
are you vibe, man? Red is a vibe. It's a vibe, and it's acidic. It's an acidic vibe. It is a low vibe color.
Are you familiar with Mary's thought experiment? Mary's room thought experiment, Lou?
No, I don't know what
that
it is.
asked this question about color. Hold on, I'm gonna bring it up and see if I can pull up a video that may help, because they're going to give it more justice than me. Hold on.
But if you ask Doug what is red, if you ask Doug, you have different answer.
He would probably have the right one.
Maybe Bat have different answers too.
Well, bats see reality more real than we do. No, I'm just kidding.
Dolphin. I like to have dolphins see reality.
So y'all want to hear what the LFM model says it is?
Please. Yeah, please.
It's quite interesting. It says red is not a psychological perception or a secondary appearance. It is a literal, objective, geometric property of the primordial condition. Specifically, it is the lowest frequency state of visible light, where the infinite potential energy of the uniform field observation squared slows down and restricts its spin, making the threshold of the phase transition into dense manifested matter. Interesting.
Now
that's what I said, but in posh. That's what I said. In posh. That's what it is. I said that, but whatever your co-pilot there is put it in posh. That's totally what I said.
But if you say that to somebody without just saying red, they ain't going to know what the hell you're talking about. They're not going to say, oh, that's red.
Right. But what would be a simple way to say this? Like, does anybody have an idea?
Well, yes. My answer is always the same. It's like, when you talk about what something is, then it's an experience. Red is an experience, fundamentally. And the way you know experience is through experiencing. So the way to know red is to experience red. And it's just like with consciousness. If you want to know what consciousness is, it's experiential knowledge. There's the words are just intellectual knowledge. The words are conceptual. It's how we talk about it. And like I said before, language is ineffable. So language is a different category than the experience itself. And so language will never capture the experience of red. Only an experience will. This is why I say experience is fundamental. That's what I mean by consciousness is fundamental. It's the basis of knowledge. It is knowledge. Anything after that is just language, semantics, trying to talk about it. But that isn't the thing in and of itself. You'll never be able to explain any experience with words because words are too much of a different category. The only way you're going to know what something is by experience.
Right, but can you actually call it a full experience yet before that? Like just take a baby, for example. Does a baby experience the color red?
On physicalism,
as soon as you're calling it something, you're using language already.
Well, physicalism says that the fundamental nature of reality is what we can describe. That's what physical means. Physical is a measurement. Physical is like when we talk about what is the physical is that which can be measured, observed, tested, verified, and predicted on. That's what
if one is with an ism, then the ism is an anti-ism dispositionalism. This is an ism that I have.
Base. Yeah, physicalism is the reduction base. And you can't get reality from a reduction base. You can only.
I'd like to define it. Radical moderacy. Because radical moderatism takes radical moderacy into a whole new ism, and you don't want another ism with moderacy. So you only take moderacy so far. Radical moderacy, some may say, oh, that's a Buddhist ideal. Okay, so what if it is? It's just saying Buddhism in another way. That's fine with most people. Maybe there are side effects of Buddhism that, if you're practicing Buddhism, that you should speak to a specialist. But,
this goes back to the Mary's Room. This is why the Mary's Room thought experiment is a challenge to physicalism, because physicalism says everything that is real in the world can be described by physics. It can be described in mathematics and everything like that. So that's what it is. It is the things you're describing. But there's this thought experiment that challenges physicalism on that. And this is what I kind of wanted to show Lou real quick so he'd get an idea of what I'm talking about.
Imagine a brilliant neuroscientist named Mary. Mary lives in a black and white room. She only reads black and white books, and her screens only display black and white. But even though she has never seen color, Mary is an expert in color vision and knows everything ever discovered about its physics and biology. She knows how different wavelengths of light stimulate 3 types of cone cells in the retina, and she knows how electrical signals travel down the optic nerve into the brain. There, they create patterns of neural activity that correspond to the millions of colors most humans can distinguish. Now imagine that one day Mary's black and white screen malfunctions and an apple appears in color. For the first time, she can experience something that she's known about for years. Does she learn anything new? Is there anything about perceiving color that wasn't captured in all her knowledge? Philosopher Frank Jackson proposed this thought experiment, called Mary's Room, in 1982. He argued that if Mary already knew all the physical facts about color vision and experiencing color still teaches her something new, then mental states like color perception can't be completely described by physical facts. The Mary's Room thought experiment describes what philosophers call the knowledge argument, that there are non-physical properties and knowledge which can only be discovered through conscious experience. The knowledge argument contradicts the theory of physicalism, which says that everything, including mental states, has a physical explanation. To most people hearing Mary's story, it seems intuitively obvious that actually seeing color will be totally different than learning about it. Therefore, there must be some quality of color vision that transcends its physical description.
So what do you think? Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. I can't help but think it's just, again, how he's explaining it. I mean, it's like if you have someone who's deaf and then they hear for the very first time, they do some sort of a procedure, all of a sudden they could hear. I mean, this is something that's life-changing and astonishing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet they could have intellectually understood hearing, but until they actually heard something, it wasn't the same thing, right? And I think that's what he's talking about in that little Mary's room, you know. But what does it all prove? You know?
The only thing it proves is that you learn something more through experience than just reading it in a book. In other words,
absolutely. I mean, I totally agree with that.
Yeah, and that's what idealism wants to say, is that fundamentally, epistemically, like when it comes to knowledge and how we know things, it's your experience is where you actually learn stuff and know stuff. Like the physicalism wants to say, no, the experience doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the description we give it, like the numbers and the way it works, the story that he had presented at the very beginning. That's what it is. The
right. And it definitely is not.
May I interject? I think that we're overlooking something, and that is Mary's legal case.
Go ahead.
Mary's legal case against the laboratory doing this experiment on her. I think that there is gross misconduct going on there, very neglectful of her well-being. It's worth noting that for a qualified lawyer, there is a significant payoff to be had for pursuing Mary as a client, being locked up in a room as she was, possibly next door to a cat, chained up by one Erwin Schrödinger. And what Mary could have done if she wasn't so distracted by chasing red everywhere, is that she should have gone next door and checked on the cat.
Well,
can I say that it would be the same thing with the hearing thing? All right.
Yeah.
You can take someone who's deaf and really go all the way in with knowledge about what hearing is. Right. Hearing is this vibration on whatever you could go into what hearing is. But until they experience
great things about
it cannot be the same thing.
Right.
There's a lot of gossip around about hearing. I hear awesome things about it. Everywhere.
Well, this just highlights the category, the gap, because physicalism is just saying that it's addressing reality through observations and descriptions, and idealism is approaching through experience. That's what they're saying is how you know stuff. So
can it be a combination of the two?
That's what I say it is. In fact, it's still though bottoms out to non-dualism, because here's the thing about that. Because even your writing the story or learning the story or describing or doing the description, that is also an experience. It's just a different kind of experience. You're experiencing red just in a different way. Like there's a way to talk about red, which is through the physicalist story, like the tracing of, the ingesting the photons and it getting interpreted through your brain and then it presenting itself as a experience. That's one way to talk about it. But you're still, even that description is still inside the same thing that the experience itself of red is in. It's inside of a subject. It's still a subjective, private, interpretive sort of thing. So
it's only words, as they used to sing in some songs. It's only words.
Back to that is words.
Yeah, and I would say you have to, I mean, just what we're talking about, I think you have to experience red in order to know what red is, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we don't experience red, how, no matter how many words you can tell someone who's colorblind, they're not really gonna understand it.
Yeah.
If you pop a balloon near their head and they go, "Oi," and you go, "You just experienced red," because they went, "Oi," you pop in the balloon, and that's like a reaction, an instant reaction. You face the thing and you regret it. So there is something emotionally associative there with red.
So
and
tell
I
a
agree with
blind
what
person.
Sophia's model came out with. Sorry, Scott, what was the?
Tell a blind person what's on the screen. Colors are just different frequencies of electromagnetic waves of specific energies. That's it. That's all you need to know.
Well, yeah, if you don't experience that,
is that really going to help you understand?
I guess that's the point of the Mary's Room experiment, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
8.2 million she settled for. I just heard. Someone took the legal case after I brought it up earlier. That someone took it, they clipped it up, and they've pursued it. They've already got a settlement, 8.2 million from the laboratory. That's amazing. Justice is swift sometimes.
Colors.
Good on you, Mary. We support Mary. Let's not forget Mary. Support Mary, please.
Yeah, please.
Not only does she know what red is, she knows why she saw red. Yep, she saw red because she was peeved.
Now she knows.
Chained there.
And colors are just different frequencies of light, kind of like different wavelengths on the beach. It is just that different wavelengths are able to be captured by the rods and cone geometries in our eyes.
Hang on, was Mary a complete bitch? Oh no, sorry, she wasn't a bitch, was she? She was a filly.
She was a nice lady, man. What are you talking about?
What are you saying about Mary?
Neuroscientist. She was smart, man.
So I agree, Scott. If you're just told the definition of red, you don't know what red is.
That's right.
I agree with that. Yeah, just like if you take a deaf person and tell them what it's like to hear, they really don't know what it's like to hear until they hear. That's why when you take a deaf person and suddenly they hear, it's an amazing, thing that occurs. Mm-hmm. I love seeing. They're like, it's mind blowing,
Yeah. Welcome to the world of philosophy, man. It's like that's when we talk about what is something, like I think that
is it art?
Everyone likes to define consciousness in terms of something else, like something they can describe. And so my whole thing is that consciousness is just an experience. That's fundamentally what it is. It's just experience, because descriptions are things you have to experience too in order to understand them. So it all boils down to an experience, either way you cut it. And that's what non-dualism is saying, is that everything is just in the field of aware. Like you have a field of vision, a field of hearing. Everything's just a field of experience,
So
I don't think
sometimes physicists and farmers object to the language of fields when it comes to ontology, because they say, well, are you talking about the agricultural field or are you talking about a physics field? And I think, of course, the physics field is more metaphorical than physical in the case of calling consciousness a field. But it's borrowing the language from physics to say, look, this is how you can visualize it. If you want to visualize it, this is how they've said you can visualize fields. So because that matches up, it's not trying to ape physics so much.
Right.
As it is to say, physics has provided us methods for visualizations such as a field, which isn't referring to the kind of field which may have bullshit in it. And the large concern really with non-dualism out there is not that non-dualism itself is bullshit, but it's its bullshit adjacency, because it's got some woo-woo neighbors. It's got some cultic neighbors. It's got some solipsistic neighbors. It's got some bullshit that you can step in a fertile field as you approach the area of spiritual enlightenment. So the punk in me wrote a song that said, if it's all true, as long as you don't step in the bullshit. Because I do believe that there is a bullseye to thread in the center of this fertile field. But there are patches along the way where you can, and you probably should have your shoes off if you're approaching something holy. You can plop those feet of yours straight into a cow pat if you don't know where they are, or a landmine even if you haven't cleared the landmines. Goodness. So there are landmines and there are cow pats on the approach to existential truth. And lately I've been thinking about what does physicalism do for people that you would not want it to take away. And part of that is a bulwark against certain types of bullshit. So the mystic stuff, the woo-woo stuff, all of that. If you're not familiar with the bullshit in that area, then it's probably wise of you not to tread across that field. It's probably wise of you to stay away from that field and sort of say, yeah, okay, I could go across there, but I want to do it in daylight with all the correct equipment, and have a map, probably, not just be somebody wandering towards a bullseye without knowing what they might be stepping in along the way. And there are traps, and knowing your onions when it comes to the mystical, the non-dual, the esoteric, that's simply not enough. Because what physicalism does for people is highly practical and highly grounding. And without those things anchored in some other metaphysicalistic way, then to unprobe what I consider to be like a cell wall. If you consider physicalism like a cell wall, where a membrane would serve, but you want that membrane there, or to at least know it's there before you take the cell wall away, because it performs a function, and it performs an essential function for mental health, for common sense, and for making science easier. That's the thing. It's not required for science, but if you just want to get on with science and not be distracted by philosophical questions, then physicalism is a fair bet for you to just take as read, because you'll be good at your job.
Yeah,
because you won't be distracted by existential questions, and you can say they can deal. Yeah, it's useful to you. So it's useful to your common sense. It's useful for your scientific practices, and it's useful to your mental health. Okay, to have something in place that grounds you. And for me, if anything, I lean a bit too much the other way. Okay, I have been trying so much to transcend ideas of ego and physicality and duality that, if anything, I am more heavily right brain balanced than I am left brain balanced at this point. Okay, so I'm out of whack in kind of like the opposite way to the median is out of whack. If the median is left brain heavy, which seems to be the case, we have highly. No, this refers to the work of Ian McGilchrist, not to anything prior to that, talking left brain, right brain, which people can just say, oh yeah, well that was disproven. It's like, no, not his work. His work hasn't been disproven. So I think there's a more poetical way to speak of this left brain, right brain thing, which is to fuse Alice in Wonderland with Wizard of Oz and talk about Kansas through the looking glass. Okay, so your picture of a physical reality is Kansas. Okay, and if you're a physicalist, you're a Kansas person. This is where you live. You live in Kansas. Okay. Now you may at some point stop believing this is necessarily where you live, because you might have an experience which is like looking at Kansas through the looking glass.
Mm-hmm.
And so your belief in Kansas may begin to destabilize. And this can be destabilizing, of course. So you get Kansas people who are heavily Kansas people, and like Kansas is their prison. And you get looking glass people who are so heavily looking glass that they forget to Kansas as much as they should. And I haven't been Kansasing enough in my life. I need to attend to the local, you know. And I'm doing this. I'm telling you where I'm at, not where I'm going.
Right.
Because of the uncertainty, I can only tell you one rather than the other. But where I'm going is better than where I am, which is good. A good thing. It's positive. I like this. Right.
I think you pointed out something very important, Paul.
Which thing?
Just that there is some, I call it mental minds that you got to be careful of not encountering when you're going down the road of let's take any one of these philosophies. You got to balance them. You can't just run head first into them, you know, because there are dangers mentally. But you know
what they can do in the encyclopedia is make it rather obvious that they put together very closely existential philosophy and existential crises. In fact, existential crises will come up before existential philosophy if you put them in alphabetical order in the encyclopedia. So actually, let's put the two together so that anybody even approaching existential philosophy has a very good grounding in what existential crises are. Because I don't see a lot of people necessarily approaching existential philosophy with any idea about what an existential crisis is, because that's the kind of fire that you're playing with, not just with you and within you, but with the other people that you're talking to. DPDR is horrific. They call it enlightenment's evil twin. This is why we say don't step in the mud. It's a bit, you know, excuse the French, don't step in it. There is plenty of it to step in. So it's all true, apart from the landmines. Just like they say about religions was started by a smart guy who people misunderstood. Well, if we understand the misunderstandings, then we can avoid the cow shit and the landmines, you know? And if we do that, then what we're dealing with is a small bull, which is the only place where there is no bull. Okay, that's what we're aiming for. We're aiming for a bull where there is no bull, but there is bull around it. Neighbor's bull. All right, it's a large semi-bull. I guess if you're a darts guy, is it semi? Is that what it is for darts? You get 25 for getting the green bit outside the red. 25 points for that. A semi-bull. That's where all the bull is. All the bull is in the surrounding fields. There are surrounding fields around non-ideal ism. If you make it an ism, especially. You don't want just another ism.
I think that's why
we could start wearing jackets with all of our isms on them. Then we'd understand one another.
Well, I think idealism is something that I can relate to, but I don't want to jump all the way in. And I think that's why, because there are landmines and there are things that can be dangerous.
Yeah.
And just like I say in my book, I always tell people non-dualism, especially non-dual, because really that's the part of it that can be slippery that you're talking about, the non-dualistic part, because non-dualism can be very disconcerting to people. In fact, some people have actually I saw some YouTube people are saying I used to be a non-dualist and I'm no longer a non-dualist, and this is why. And I saw a lot of those.
They went toodaloo, right?
Yeah, they kind of went off the deep end, and it destabilized them and caused them a lot of fear and a lot of they just reached like this vertigo. And I just got surprised by that. I'm like, wow, you mean that really caused you mental problems? And you know, and people are saying, I had to see a psychiatrist about the shit.
I think that could happen, but that doesn't mean it's not true. It just, these are landmines. These are things you got to watch for, because
exist
It's
through
out.
forest of woo-woo. No go through forest of woo-woo without map of woo-woo. To find true, go through forest of woo-woo with map.
Yeah.
With map. Back pocket, big map.
You know, that's how I keep my sanity with it, is I just say, you know what? I embrace paraconsistent paradoxes, you know, like I can accept that, yeah, I live in a dualistic world that I need to take really immediately serious. Like I take it the immediate seriousness is in dualism, because hey, if I don't, I'll be bumping into objects all day. You know, I have to take that shit serious. I can't step in front of trains and blah, blah, blah. I just look at non-dualism. I keep it in its place. Like it's just, we're talking ontology, ultimacy, and philosophy, and I keep it in that realm. I don't take that.
Shame, no shame in being Zelda, man. No shame in being Link. No shame in driving by the dashboard.
But non-dualism is a superpower at the same time if you take it seriously. Because then you can see the sameness with everybody, and you can see the what they call it, the symbiotic relationship with the environment, with everything else. So it's useful in some ways, but just there's like you say, Lou, there's landmines, and you have to know yourself, and you have to know what you're doing with it. You know,
I think it could be very helpful for a lot of people mentally. I think it can be helpful, but I don't think that it's without danger, which is what Paul was talking about. I think you have to also be very careful, and you got to really guard your mind from going into utter woo-woo.
Yeah. And it's not even, I wouldn't even call it woo-woo, because even in science, it's been, you know, what do they call it? Non-local realism. They won a Nobel Prize was won for non-local realism.
One can clear 2 landmines with one word: bypassing. There are 2 landmines called bypassing, and once one clears those, then the road is safer. We have bypassing and ethical bypassing. If these are big landmines.
Yeah, like yesterday. Here's another one. Here's a good example. Free will. Free will. Is it really helpful? What if it's the truth? What if the truth is there is? Hold on.
What did Will do?
Hold on, Paul.
I want to know what Will did. What did Will do?
No, I'm saying free will. What if?
Yes. What did he do?
Hold on. Paul.
Why is he locked up?
What if free will is actually false?
Right.
Would it be good to believe that free will is false, even if that's the truth? Wouldn't people, you could argue, because some people do. Some people commit suicide because they believe that, you know, there's been cases of people who've taken that belief too far.
Yes. Yes.
Now, it's not that free will, that makes free will true, but you just have to be careful. You know, you have to, you know, so I get it.
Yeah, that's why I'm agnostic on some of these things. That's maybe the reason I'm guarding my own mind. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't want to go that far with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. I have an argument for free will. Are you ready?
Yep.
Let's see.
I can't read that. Bill, I can't read it, bro. You have to
Bill
read
Sticker.
it. Huh? Bill Stickers.
Bill Sticker. Yes.
Is what?
Innocent.
Bill Stickers is innocent.
Free.
Yes.
Bill. Free will.
Oh, free will.
Bill Stickers. Have you seen? There are signs in town. They say Bill Stickers will be prosecuted. Is this true? No? Bill Posters also. Both of them. They will be prosecuted.
Oh, and let me say hey to Nell. I haven't I've been on stage all along. I don't mean to ignore you. Hey, Nell.
Hey. So yeah, I was listening to, what seems to be like the pitfalls of non-duality, and it's interesting that some people seem to go, if they go too deep into it, they really do end up losing themselves, while others don't, like with you, Scott. And to me, a theme I've noticed with that is the ones who have already dealt with an extreme existential crisis and come out of it the other side have a better time dealing with non-dualism. Like if you've already, like for me, like I've already, when I came out of theism, I already dealt with that existential crisis. I went into nihilism and had to work my way through that. And now that I have done that, it's like dealing with other things that are similar to it. It's it's much easier.
Well, that's why Deconstructed Man and a whole bunch of other people came out and said, well, I think Alex O'Connor is secretly a closet Christian, because now he's talking about fundamental consciousness and stuff like that. Like, there's definitely something in people's mind that they somehow relate consciousness to religion. And I kind of understand that, but in a way, I'm very pedantic, so I don't see it, but maybe that's just me. I think I'm missing something that most people are seeing. Like, people just smell religion when they hear this, and I'm not.
I'm the same way. Like, maybe the old me, old atheist me would fall into that, but no, it's like there's really no reason to think, if consciousness is fundamental, that somehow means God.
Yeah.
No, it certainly doesn't. But I can understand people having this pushback on it, because they're trying to guard themselves from the religious.
Yeah, right.
So it's like, wait, that almost sounds like religion.
Yeah. And that's the part that I'm trying to get people to see, is that not really. I mean, if we're going to be logical about it, because I don't see consciousness as supernatural. I think consciousness is just a natural thing. It's just a natural part of life. And I just don't get it. I don't see why that has to mean super. It's like if you said that, we think atoms are natural. And so they don't have a problem saying atoms are fundamental, but somehow consciousness is. It's almost like atoms are something that you conceive within your consciousness. So you're trying to say that the thing within your consciousness is the thing that explains your consciousness. So it's just, I don't know what's going on with that.
Check this out, Scott, because I got to ask you this, because, we've been getting to know each other over many months now.
Yeah.
You identify as an atheist, and you've talked to a lot of atheists. Do you find yourself being outcast from certain atheist communities because you might be taking a position on non-dualism and stuff like that?
I was talking about that yesterday, and I had some people on, and we were talking about that. And yeah, that actually happened.
Okay.
But I've been re-invited back to those groups because I think Alex O'Connor has done a lot of good work in that way for atheists, to kind of bridge that to where now non-dualism is a little more understood. But yeah, there was a time when on these groups, I was actually one of the guys that they would select to say, hey, I want you to show up on our channel and run a fundraiser for the channel. So I used to do that. Or they'd say, I want you to come on the channel and debate these Christians. And I would do that. Or something, right? Or I want you to moderate the debate. So I was always heavily involved in all these atheist channels. That's kind of how I got started in this whole thing. But then I started talking to some of the members about my non-dualism discovery and some of my other stuff. And then they were like, then other people would jump in like, what, wait a minute, or what's going on? And I tried to explain non-dualism, and they would turn around and they said, no, that sounds like theism or religion. So
that's woo-woo.
Yeah, and they were like, we're just gonna kind of back away from that.
I can get it.
Change your mind.
I don't know if you've got him over there, but we saw this comedian over here. It's called Louis C.K. Did you get him over there as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know who that is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he does this bit about 9/11 deniers.
Yeah, right. The 9/11 deniers.
Yeah. They're not having any of this 11 bullshit.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
If you say non-dualism and non-dualist, is there a sense in which one is just not having any of this two-ness? Is it non-two-ness?
What?
Duality is two-ness, huh?
Yeah.
It's non-two-ness. Like, you can do math with it, you can play pretty games with it, but it's just math. It's a form of poetry. Two doesn't exist.
Right.
You made two exist in order to start doing maths, but it doesn't.
What is this?
And if you want to call numbers irrational, then get e and pi into a different queue and call 2 irrational. 2 is the first irrational number for a non-dualist, right?
Yep.
Because you're saying non-two-ness. You're saying nothing goes that far.
Ultimately.
Yeah. So you can accept 1, you can accept -1, you can accept 0, you can accept infinity, you can accept 0 and infinity, you can accept I, you can accept lots of other mathematical objects. You might accept pi, you might accept e. And once you've got e and pi and I, you've got your Eulers, the beautiful one, you know.
Mm-hmm.
With the so beautiful. I remember being clued in enough to realize what that meant at one point, but this was either Heyday Paul or post Heyday Paul, but this is post Heyday Paul. So, you know, I'm on what some call the wrong side of halfway to 90, as some of my gentleman friends also are. You know, they call it the wrong side, but there's a bright side to being on the quote unquote wrong side. There's something bright.
I would say that non-dualism doesn't deny the number 2, but it does deny that two-ness reflects some ultimate independent separation in reality. So 2 exists as a distinction within appearance, but not as a final, I don't know, division of reality. It's just a concept. Does that make sense?
I like it.
I mean, that kind of, I mean, that's the pushback, right? Like people will say, well, if non-dualism is correct, then how do you do math? How do you add things up? How do you make sense of all that? And I'm like, I just accept dualism in its place, in its rightful.
I would estimate all three of you are more mathematical than I right now, but if I told you pi delta epsilon, you could work something out from that, mathematically speaking.
I'm terrible at math, though. I don't even know what that means.
Hey,
yep.
Scott, I got to ask you another question as a follow-up because I'm trying to figure this stuff out myself.
Yes, sir.
As far as what we call the atheist community, you know, and it's kind of like a term that doesn't mean a whole lot if you really get into it, because you know, what is an atheist community, right? So it's online, I guess, or YouTubers that are online. I guess that we might call that an atheist community. But there seems to be an atheist power base, political base, and money oriented atheism, right? So we look at conventions. You know, we have an atheist convention, and there's board members, and there's people who are profiting off this in some way, right? And those people are kind of becoming religious about their atheism, I think. Okay, so they would take your non-dualist position and maybe say, hey, you're not one of us, you know, you're not part of us, you believe in this concept that we don't accept. All right. And do you see that happening? Because I think it might be happening. You know.
Yeah, I think so. And you see it play out like we were talking about that the other day with Britt Haley and Matt Dillahunty.
Yes, exactly.
Reported her to the fucking, it's like if you don't say exactly the things that they want, talk the way they want you to talk about things,
What I'm talking about.
there's a problem.
Wait.
And the gatekeepers are going to shut you down.
Gentlemen, if I may, point of. Oh, sorry. Please go on now.
I was just wondering where my atheist check is, because apparently we're getting paid.
Right?
Well, I'm not getting paid. You're not getting paid. But apparently there are some people getting paid.
Yeah, there
I
are.
will pay you now. I will pay you now with an argument for atheism. Now, as you know, I take pretty much the other side, right? Okay, so this is painful to me to say this. It's something that I stumbled across, and I think that there's a problem in my argument, because one of the main things I appeal to is enlightenment in order to make the case for a non-dual panentheistic theism. And so if anybody is enlightened, one would expect mind at large, if mind at large is God, to be enlightened also. And if one achieves enlightenment through no self, then God themself is an atheist. God does not believe in God if God is enlightened. So enlightenment boomerangs on the theist if they appeal to it, because it tunnels you right back to atheism. Because
this is
God that they believe in does not believe in God if God is enlightened.
Me and Sophia were talking about this, Paul, and
yes.
And on idealism, they talk about the greater mind or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's a source of, again, language, a source of confusion, because greater mind sounds a lot like a God.
Mm-hmm.
There's a mind that's running everything, that's thinking, that's, I don't know if that's really the word I would use to describe my understanding of nature. I don't maybe see it as a mind, more like just a condition, like a potential for separate minds to develop within itself. So that makes better sense to me based on everything I experienced, because look, you got the problem of evil, you got the problem of suffering. It's like she had asked me, Scott, when you talk about idealism, you have to smuggle in greater mind, but then how do you explain cancer? Why does the mind want us to have cancer? Why does the mind want babies to die, infants to be great or whatever? Like, these things happen within the greater mind. Like, what kind of mind would do that? Like, why? What's your explanation for that? And see, that's a problem for me, because I don't see it that way. And that's where I'm kind of different than a lot of idealists. I don't really like that language, because I think that the mind is what the brain does. The mind is just something that our brain is doing. It's an activity. But consciousness, this phenomenal kind of consciousness, that kind of thing, awareness, that isn't something we have. That's something we are. So like all these mind and what it's doing is known through awareness. So there's a difference. So I wouldn't say, and awareness is neutral. Awareness isn't personal. It's just the stage for your mind to play all its games and shit.
Yeah, and for me, it's like, even though, I've gotten a much better understanding of idealism, and even though I'm not an idealist, if I were to put on an idealist hat, like, it makes more sense to me that this fundamental consciousness would be described as a simple universal consciousness.
Yeah.
Like, because I'm also coming at it from a naturalistic perspective, and to me it's like we get simplicity first and then complexity later. And so to me, the universal consciousness would be more of like, that as Scott and others have said, it just like pure awareness, like base consciousness, I guess you could also call it. It's this to me, it sounds much more like a force of nature, an impersonal force of nature, than a personal thing. And so to me, then if that's what fundamental consciousness is, to me, that's, at least, you know, according to my own understanding of how I've grown up to view what God is, that doesn't sound like God, so I wouldn't call it God.
Right. It doesn't prove God. Exactly. It just.
And Nell, may I ask, you ruled out God, but what about gold and God?
Gold and God.
Yeah. Yes, you see, these are the ones that I've heard of, and when I hear God, I hear, are you trying to say God, and are you talking about the verb to God? You know, this is what what gets lost in translation.
I mean, here's my whole thing about it, though. Like, even though I'm saying that I wouldn't call that God, like, to me, there are other words I could use to describe the totality of the universe, even if it's, you know, universal consciousness. But if other people want to call it that, you know, like you, like, I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue with that. Like, I'm not going to be fucking Matt Dillahunty and get a, you know, have a mental breakdown over the word spirituality.
Oh, Nell, I have a treasure map for you. In fact, for all of you gentlemen, Nell, Lou, Scott, everybody, I have a treasure map for you. What Matt Dillahunty doesn't want to talk about, dig there.
Yeah.
There's the treasure map.
He definitely doesn't like the word spiritual. He says that's nonsense.
If Matt Dillahunty likes to talk about it, it's probably irrelevant. If Matt Dillahunty doesn't like to talk about it, dig there.
What I don't understand with Matt Dillahunty is, why all the aggression, bro? Like, I called in one and I just tried to explain my view because they asked me. They said, no, you're dancing, or just explain your view. Explain your view. And I explained it. And then when I explained it, it pissed everybody off. And then he said, well, I deny, I reject qualia. I reject consciousness. I reject it. So now what? I don't reject.
What does it feel like? Hey Matt, let's ask Matt. What does it feel like to reject qualia?
Well, what I told him, this is what happened though, Paul. I said, okay.
What does that feel like? I want to know what it feels like to reject qualia. I've never tried it, but I want to know what it feels like to do it.
What does it feel like to reject consciousness? So I said, okay, this isn't true, and qualia is not real, Matt. Why do you say that? I wanted to know why. And so he said, well, because qualia in consciousness depends on introspection. And science has shown that introspection can be it is unreliable. Yeah, that's what he said. Science has proven that consciousness and qualia are unreliable because they depend on introspection. Introspection can be misleading and unreliable. And I said, okay, well, how do you know that introspection is unreliable without appealing to introspection? So then he goes, that's a dumb question, and you can just get off my line, jackass. And he hung up on me. Wow. And it's like that to me, that tells me everything I need to know about Matt Dillahunty.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
He doesn't like, there's just certain things you can say and talk about, and then there's certain things you can't. And this is the problem. And I pointed that out when it happened to those communities that were also having a problem with me. And they were like, no, Matt was right. Matt was right. You know, that was unfair. That was really unfair of you. Like, no, I'm just asking a fucking question. It's like, let me get this right. So you guys can shit on theists and Christians all day long with questions like that. But as soon as somebody does something like that towards your view, it's a problem.
Yeah.
I
just don't get it. That's what
I'd like to raise the topic of baggage, if I may.
Yeah.
God baggage. This very often an atheistic approach to the conversation will start with, hey, look, you have to define it. You're coming with the God. I've no idea what you mean. Right. So they place their hands empty and say, look, I've got no sense of what you're talking about. So you have to do all of the presentation. Right. but they've got a God in their back pocket, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
They have a God, and it happens to be a bad one. It happens to be either unbelievable
Mm-hmm.
or evil or both. They've got a bad God. To me, this is not atheism. If you have a bad God in your back pocket, you don't quite yet get to go in the atheist club with this item. This item is to be placed on the table for the bouncers to inspect, and they may take it out the back and put it with all the bad gods, because you are harboring a maltheism, dystheism, maltheism. Okay, maltheism means you've got a bad God. It doesn't mean you are without God. To be without God, you don't have a bad God in the back pocket or anywhere. The bad God goes where all the bad gods go, around the back. And you walk through a corridor where you have no God. And if you wish, you can go to the God shop and have a look. What's there? Right? You are free. You're free. You have no God. You can go to the God shop. And if you've got a bad God, get a better one. No?
Yeah.
Or don't leave without a God. It's fine. Leave without, but don't keep a bad one.
Well, here's the issue.
And call yourself an atheist. Say, I am without God, apart from the bad one in my back pocket that I cannot let go.
Because
this is not atheism, this is maltheism. Dystheism. It is dystheistic. I am dystheistic. I think God is a little rascal. I love God like a child, not just like a parent. I love God like a child, and like a parent. And I think God has some rascality. You know?
Yeah.
And I forgive God his rascality, their rascality, her rascality, its rascality, all of the pronouns, them, us, we, one. I can find that forgiveness. I am becoming slower to anger and quicker to forgive. Not as quick as I'd like, you know?
Yeah.
For some, this is failing to practice certain whatever. Yeah, I guess I could say I'm practicing. I'm practicing. They ask if I'm Christian sometimes, and I say I try not to be unchristian. Does this mean I'm practicing Christianity? I don't know. I try not to be unchristian. That is, to some people, that is enough. I try not to be unchristian. This is practicing Christianity in some people's eyes. And if that is practicing Christianity to you, and that is what practicing Christianity means to you, then yes, you may call me one among them, because I try not to be unchristian.
Yeah. Well, okay? apparently, just talking about the Mary's room thought experiment is Christianity. Apparently,
is that taken?
I had a room for Mary.
No,
they had a room for Mary all along.
No.
They saying they had no room, but there was one.
No,
because when Alex O'Connor brought up the Mary rooms experiment, when he was doing that, where's the triangle in my head? That led to his Mary rooms thing, and from that video, everybody came out and said that he was a Christian. He's officially a Christian, and it's like, why? What does that have to do? Like, a Christian would deny that shit. A Christian would say, no, being a Christian has nothing to do with consciousness. It has to do with whether you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Did he die for your sins? Do you accept that he's God? Do you accept that he died for your sins? And did you repent? That's what being a Christian is about. They don't even know what Christianity is all of a sudden.
No. But no, Paul was bringing up a good point, though. Like, you know, an atheist simply asking, you know, how, you know, it's up to you to define your God. Like, on its surface, you know, there's nothing actually wrong with that question. That's a clarifying question. You know, you don't want to straw man, you know, the other person. But a lot of the times I see my fellow atheists, after they ask that question, they're hoping that, you know, that the theist won't say. They'll either hope that they say what, you know, the traditional Christian God is, and then, you know, they'll, you know, be like, that's, you know, your God is a fairy tale and blah blah blah. Or if they go with the non-traditional definition of God, they'll say, oh, that's not a God, and then, you know.
yeah. Or they'll just say, I don't know what a God is. What is a God? And no matter what you say, it'll be looked at as vague. Like the reason I say that is like there's this guy in California when I lived out there, and he used to ride around on a skateboard, and what was his name? Anyways, he was like very angry atheist, and he would go and attack Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons and street preachers, and real entertaining videos. But that was always his opening question. Well, what is a God, first of all? And he used to use that just to throw people off, like, because no one really wonders about that. Everybody just assumes everybody knows what they mean by God, you know. And so some people would say, well, Jesus Christ is God. And then he would just say, well, how? What is God? You're using God to describe what a God is.
Yeah. And it's like, even if you don't, you know, like I said, like, take pantheism, for example. It's like, you know, I don't think it's, for me, it's not useful to describe the, you know, the cosmos as God. But if someone does hold that view, it's like, all right, well, how did you come to that view? It's like, you know, I want to understand where the other person is coming from. It's like, and I just feel like there's so many people out there who are just like, I don't want to understand anything about you. And it's like, well, then why did you even ask?
They want to own you.
Well, I think that I'm finding it interesting online how atheists seem to be under the same sort of power dynamic as religious people are. If atheists are out there following an atheist convention and that's where they get all of their belief or lack of belief from, aren't they just doing atheism as a religion? You know, where I think it is not a religion at all. I take that position. But aren't they falling into the same trap that religions fall into?
Exactly. Because, like, I'll interact with other atheists in other groups, and it's like, I'll try to explain to them how I see my own atheism, which I told Scott, you know, yesterday. It's like, I take the less known definition that is defined in philosophical, you know, the philosophy of religion as a metaphysical position. And then, you know, these other atheists are like, it's not a metaphysical position. And it's like, well, it is under this definition. It's like there is, and then they'll try to say there's only one definition. And it's like, no, there's.
They don't understand how words work.
There are more definitions of atheism than there are of spirituality. So if spirituality is nonsense, then atheism is nonsense on still. Right?
Yeah.
So I don't think those two want to go head to head on which is more nonsense.
Yeah.
You know, for me, atheism, as I say, is quite often maltheism. It doesn't mean that you're without God. It means that you've got a bad one, and that's fine. It's fine to think you're an atheist, but you're a maltheist. It's just a subtle difference. But like, if you're maltheistic and you cannot let go of the bad God, right? Because atheism to you means this particular God that I escaped is not God. That's what it means if you're that kind of atheist. Or so I wouldn't call that atheist an atheist. I would call them a maltheist because they have a God that they won't let go. And it's this God that they protest. And somebody comes along with a whole different kettle of ball games, and they're disappointed because they don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about the God.
Well, this shows a lack of rigor in someone's argument. It's kind of like I was watching Deconstruction Zone the other day, and someone called in, and he asked them, first thing is, how old are you and what God do you believe in? And he goes, well, I believe in the God of Spinoza. You know, I believe that God is nature and this and that and this and that. And then he was like, well, no one gives a shit. You know, either Christian or Muslim, which one? Yeah. Like you're talking about a vague God. I don't care about that. but his whole banner on top says God does not exist. And here this guy's presenting a way that he can say God does exist. And I'm trying to point to it, and he didn't want to hear it because it wasn't the Christian God or the Muslim Abrahamic gods or something. So when he says God doesn't exist, that's kind of a lie, because, or it's a misframing or something, because you're not saying God doesn't exist. You're saying the Christian God or the Abrahamic God doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like, it's, and people get confused by that. Even the atheists that say that kind of stuff, they don't realize, because they don't know much about any, they don't have any philosophical really.
Exactly, because we were also talking about this the other day, where it's like I've come across plenty of atheists. You know, it's like, you know, I always, you know, we like to point out to how theists seem to be, you know, deficient when it comes to, you know, empirical, you know, verification and all that. But it's like atheists have the opposite problem of just like, they have no idea how to engage with philosophy to the point that they think metaphysics means supernatural. Like,
yeah.
I get all that, and it's just like I would say, when you say you're an atheist, and I do say I'm an atheist, so I'm in that category, but you're being looked at a lot of times, put into a category you might not actually fit into, because they're using this word atheist to mean, you know, a follower of Matt Dillahunty. You know, I'm an atheist for different reasons, you know.
Well, that, and they like to attach atheism to whatever metaphysical worldview they mean. Like, they're, you know, they'll conflate their physicalism with their atheism. You know,
Yeah.
It's like, but atheism is just a single proposition. It's like, do you believe in God or God?
Yes, and that's why I'm an atheist. I'm not an atheist because I follow a man, you know, who's on YouTube.
Yeah. It's
I believe in something fundamental. I believe in something loving and conscious that is primitive. And if to you that sounds like your God, then I probably believe in your God. But if you believe something else that adds pieces, then I may be agnostic, or I may be atheistic, depending on what else you say.
See, this is how weird
unlike to label oneself.
Words can be. Like, I could sit there and say, you know, I think fundamental reality is love. And someone would say, well, love is an emotion. And I'll say, no, I'm defining love as just unity, as just oneness. Because really, when you think about love, you're thinking about how you unify in one common, you know, goal, which is to care for each other, right? And that's love. It might not be romantic love. It might not necessarily be agape love or something like that, but it's really the basis of love, which is that unity of one, right? So I could say, well, if reality is non-dual, then I think reality is love, which makes sense, because then it gives me ground for showing compassion and empathy and everything like that in a philosophical way. But so in that way I could, but that's not really, I don't think that's what people mean. You know, like, people don't mean that. They mean God is love because God answers your prayers, and he cares, and he does miracles for you, and he gives you gifts, and he gives you things you ask for in prayers. And that's not what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah, like, under certain concepts of what God is, I would be considered a theist. Like, with Jordan Peterson, with the, you know, if God is the highest hierarchical value that you hold, then yeah, I guess I believe in God. You know,
I just
Spinoza's God. I probably buy that.
Yeah, me too. I don't have a problem with
It's
that.
at least pantheism, if not panentheism. I would argue Spinoza is panentheistic, and I would draw on several of his statements to say he's more panentheistic than pantheistic, because pantheism generally suffers the stark argument from a more atheistic side to just say, oh, come on, guys, we got a word for that. We call it nature, we call it the universe. We don't need to call any spooky things into the language just for the sake of it. And so that's a fairly strong argument, because if pantheism rather than panentheism is your thing, then you are kind of almost just playing with words.
That's all.
It's like saying whatever exists is what we will call physical, and that's just playing with words, just presuppositionalism.
But they'll say what they'll do. The argument that I've heard before is they say, "Well, yeah, you're right on one in one perspective, you're right, but on the other perspective, meaning and value is subjective. So if I subjectively find meaning in calling the universe God, that's my right." And that's where I ground it, because it's given me meaning. It's given me, and that's all I really need to justify. It's kind of like, the argument, well, how do you know it's wrong to murder babies? And they'll say, well, what do you ground it in? It has to, for you to say it's wrong, it has to be grounded in something like God. Like, how do you know it's wrong without God? And then another philosopher could say, well, I just ground it in the fact that my nature is to see murdering babies is wrong. It's just that feeling that I know it's wrong. And that's all I need. I don't need anything beyond that. Like, that's the non-contingent truth. That's all you need.
Yeah. And
it's the same thing with anything you talk about, whether it's pantheism or whatever. It's like, and all you need is what, does it, are you grounded in your feelings about it? Yeah, sure. What's wrong with that? Mm-hmm. But see, people in today's society, we look down on feelings. We look down on subjectivity. Somehow we got it in our heads that doesn't matter anymore. But I'm like, I don't think so, because if you're consistent, then you would realize that our whole fucking society depends on our subjective feelings. Because if we didn't all subjectively feel like killing innocent babies was wrong, then we'd be fucking fighting about that. Like, we shouldn't murder babies. Like, who would disagree with that? And then other people like, how do you ground it? What's your grounding?
Maybe the difference is if you live in Sparta in the wrong century and the baby has a deformity, which will mean it won't be a soldier.
Yeah, there you go.
Then there are certain protocols that you might not want to push back against under those circumstances, particularly if you are not yourself very martial.
Well, murder. That's why I picked the word murder. Murder is unjustified killing.
Yeah, and personally, just for me, like the whole, is there a God, or not a God? Like the conclusion has become far less important to me. And what is important to me is the process. Like, are you just, because you can be justified in believing in God and not believing in God. And that's what I want to know. Have you actually thought about this on a deep level? Like, have you audited your own beliefs? Like, are you still auditing your beliefs? Have you, are you actually self-reflecting and trying to grow as a person?
Or even better yet, do you really believe what you say you believe? Mm-hmm. Someone can say, I don't believe in free will. That's bullshit. And then they sit there and make choices all day about what to eat and what to do. And they value their choices and decisions, and they ruminate on it. They worry about it. It's like, wait a minute. Didn't you just say you didn't believe in that? Mm-hmm. And yet it lets you actively engage in it all the time. Yeah. So do they really believe that? Those are the kind of questions I always think about.
Like to me, it's like if you're a theist and you thought and you deconstructed and still came out a theist, like, then awesome. It's like, I'm not going to try to preach to you atheism and be like, you need to be an atheist. Like, you came to the wrong conclusion. It's like, I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in being an atheist preacher, is what I'm saying, I guess.
I think Matt Dillahunty says he came from a very fundamentalist Baptist Christian background, and that was his mindset before. And now he's been enlightened ever since he's become an atheist. But kind of what I see is what Lou was talking about. It's almost like he's just dragged his same mentality just into another religion. Like, he's made it into a religion.
I feel like a trap that a lot of atheists fall into is like they'll, they tackled the God question, and now all of a sudden they think they're just a master critical thinker, but then they won't critically think about anything
else. Yeah.
Well, they put them. You're talking about putting yourself in another box.
Mm-hmm.
You come out of one, and then you go, no, now I'm in here.
Yeah, because like to me, it was like when I finally came out of theism, like to me that opened the door to everything, questioning everything else. It's like, oh, is my belief about free will justified? Is my belief about abortion justified? And it's like all of a sudden I'm just going down the the dominoes and seeing if any of it actually sticks, And then, I'd say most recently, my belief in physicalism was, finally shaken loose. And while didn't land anywhere else, and I'm, an agnostic now, it's like.
But you're a non-physicalist, so that's a huge thing.
Yeah, like it's, to me, it's like I can't. People become too dogmatic about certain things, and to me, it's like that's the issue. Whether you're an atheist or a theist, it's like that dogmatic thinking of you can't question this or else.
No, that's bad. And here's the thing: there's a word or two words that I support, and it's a word that two words you need nuance to fully embrace, and that is free thinking.
Mm-hmm.
All right, free thinking, it doesn't land on a particular, all right, but it encourages free thought, thinking for oneself, right?
Yeah.
And evaluating these things to the best of your ability and not being dogmatic, right? Because if you're ultra dogmatic about something, how could you say you're a free thinker? How could you say you're open-minded?
Okay. But now you've just made free thinking your new job.
Oh my goodness!
So,
that reminds me of the people who are like, but you have to tolerate my intolerance. It's like, no.
Yeah. I mean, with anything, it always goes into that. Like, it's like people say, if you're an atheist now, you have to accept that, you have to be a progressive liberal.
Right.
You have to be on the left. You have to follow all these other things.
Nope.
That's what I found out. And because I used to watch a guy named Pine Creek Doug, and I definitely don't agree with his politics or whatever. But I used to enjoy listening to his other stuff and his conversations. But he pretty much had to shut his own show down because once the people found out he was conservative, it became a huge problem. And now he's lost all his people. And it's just like, none of this had anything to do with atheism, though.
No.
But it just shows you that, that maybe being a part of something, you have to accept other things.
Well, I'm going through that right now. And I'm debating with myself whether to come out against an atheist community. You know what I'm saying? And I'm really debating it within myself because I don't know yet. But I know that I tried to make a couple of comments on Godless Engineers comments or video. And I didn't take a side at all, but I seemed to be being attacked, and I wasn't taking a position. It's like, it's as though I just wasn't kissing ass, And because I wasn't kissing ass, I was being like attacked as being like a false atheist or something. And I know full well that I'm atheist. I mean, I do fully identify with that label, right? So it's kind of like maybe like what you're talking about, Doug from Pine Creek. I mean, I don't know his story, but maybe he wasn't identified as a true atheist, maybe, or somehow.
No, he was a very strong atheist, materialist, determinist. Like he describes himself very, like he just says there is no God. Well, no, I take that back. I think the last time I heard him talk, he said that he leaves open the possibility that there could be a God, but he definitely is atheistic when it comes to the Christian God or the Abrahamic God. That's what he would say. I think it was just the matter of his politics just kind of pissed everybody off.
And this isn't to say, you can't be an atheist and a progressive and whatnot, but it's like, it would be a big mistake to tie your atheism to your political identity.
I'm a progressive and an atheist, but I don't think they're the same thing.
Exactly. Right. And it's like, because I've come across atheist, and there's an atheist in one of my groups who complete dumbass who is a racial realist. Like that's not even based in science. He believes he's superior to black people, and I'm just, oh my God, I'm not even touching you.
But when you think about it, you can be an atheist and think you're superior to black people.
Yeah, exactly. You can believe whatever you want to believe, as long as you're not believing in gods. You're still an atheist.
It's all it's interesting, and it really goes into psychology and how people operate mentally. You start to realize there's so much. There's something, I think that there's a common thread with, I don't know, I don't want to say anything about myself or anybody else here, but I always wonder, what is the psychology of people who are the outspoken atheists and the outspoken theists both? What could they both have in common? Because like you have theists who have their own channels and they do a lot of apologetics and they talk about it. They want to influence thought. So they're always out talking about their beliefs. And then you have atheists that do the exact same thing, just against God. So it's almost like, do they want to influence thought? I think they do.
I'm going to answer for myself. Yes.
Yes. So,
and the reason is because on either side, I think, right? Whether you're a theist who's spending his time, doing Christian apologetics, or someone like me who came on YouTube to do kind of anti-theist stuff. And the bottom line is, I think you actually think your way of thinking will benefit mankind. I think that might be the reason.
And, and there's a lot of stuff that I observe within myself. Like I always think that I'm the good guy in my own story. I'm always the hero in my own story. So I'm always the one who's thinking, I'm always the voice of reason. And I'm always the one that's trying to bring balance to the conversation. But this can be an illusion because other people can look at you totally different. People from the outside might look at me like, man, this guy Scott is full of shit, man. He's always trying to push his agenda. And it's like, that's not really what I intend to do, but that's really the impression one could be giving to the world, right? And you wonder.
You got to feel you have something to say, though. If you're not passionate about something, why bother talking about it? That's what I mean. So,
And
it's like, do I think I have something to talk about? Of course. Why would I have a channel? I mean, there's a reason. And the reason is I want people to be exposed to my way of thinking. I really do. I mean, I'm not going to run from that.
Yeah. And why not? Where's the shame in that?
And it doesn't mean I want everyone to believe what I do. No, that's going too far.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's why I always answer your question, Lou, when you say, but do you see that as the final absolute answer? And I always say no, because I don't want to I don't want to come to a final absolute answer. That's the whole point. I'm only saying what I'm saying passionately because I'm trying to throw salt on the other side. And I already know that my side is the small guy against the big guy. I already know that the other side is more popular. That's why I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't do. I'm not jumping on the popular thing because it's easy. It's too easy. I'm jumping on the hard thing because it's hard.
Yeah.
And someone has to stand up and represent that side passionately so that you get the that point of view, because it would be kind of stupid. Like I was telling Stephen Hoyt, like he was saying, but your channel's all about idealism, non-dualism. And I'm like, yeah, because if I'm going to tune into an atheist channel, I don't want them to be like on the fence. I want them to argue for fucking atheism. Like that's what I tuned into their channel for. I wanted to hear that. Or if I tune into a Christian, I don't want to hear them on the fence. I want to hear them give a good argument for Christianity. And so if I'm going to do a non-dualism channel, I need to do that. Like I don't need to be on the fence. Like I am, like with everything. Like I don't think that it's good to be dogmatic, so I'm not going to do that. But for the purposes of this show, I will make a strong stance for non-dualism,
Yeah. And I feel like it's like when it comes to why are there so outspoken atheists, and it's like part of the part of the narrative they'll give is that they're pushing back against the dangerous beliefs that they're trying to push onto others, the separation of church and state. And it's like I can totally get behind that part of it. There's dogmatic Christian theists, and particularly in the US, there's Christian nationalism, the whole MAGA movement. That's its own separate subject we could get into. But it's like I can get behind that. But then it's like the masks, and I'll see these atheists just attack any Christian or any theist. It's like
Yeah, you kind of cut out, but like Lou, you're toying with that idea.
I am. I'm really seriously toying with it because I'm go back and forth on it. It's like I'm literally like in the middle of deciding, should I actually come out against an atheist group? I don't know yet.
Well, you learn something through the process. That's one thing you're going to get out of it. Is one thing I've learned by being a sore thumb out here with this shit is that you get a lot of flack from the atheists, which you can expect. But what you need to do is pay attention to the details, like pay attention to how they're arguing with you, pay attention to what they're really disagreeing with you. And you kind of learn some things. And then what really the weird effect, and I try to make sure that I keep it in check for myself, is that they'll kind of push you into their opposing thing.
Well, did I get cut off?
I've been very tempted to lose atheism just out of a reaction to the way I'm being treated by atheists. Like the fact that they're so hard on me about my other stuff makes me resent that. And it's like now I start realizing why people dig their heels in the shit. Like it's their way of arguing is to make it personal and to piss you off. And when you do that, it makes you want to dig your feet in just to spite them.
Yes.
And then you find yourself in opposition to atheism all of a sudden.
Yes, and the thing is, I'm not against atheism.
That's what that's the problem. That's what I'm telling you. Is you're going to learn that. You're going to learn that, wow, now I see why Christians are so stubborn. It's because we make them stubborn. We make it so personal. We piss them off. What do we expect they're going to do? It's kind of like, it reminds me of that comedian that said, this black guy, he was like a comedian, right? Now I'm going to let you speak now. But he said, I have a problem with Obama, but God damn it, if all these white people would just shut the fuck up, then maybe I would be on your side. But because y'all keep coming off against Obama and then conflating it with black people and stuff, well, I have to defend Obama. But secretly, I'm kind of with you. But you make me not join you because you're so inflammatory, And I don't really agree with that, but I'm just saying that is a real feeling that happens, But go ahead, Nell. I'm sorry.
No, I was. What was the last thing you heard me say? Because I got kicked.
Yeah, it cut out all of a sudden. I think you were talking about how you were talking about dealing with other atheists, though.
Yeah, because it's like I can get behind the atheist groups when they're like, trying to defend against Christian nationalism and the whole MAGA movement and all that. And it's like, because it's separation of church and state, that's important and foundational to our country. But then to me, the mask seems to slip off, though, when they start going after theists who actually agree with them. It's like, Christian, there's Christian secularists and Christian progressives who share my values, but these outspoken atheists will still call them stupid and dangerous. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing?
There are more people on your side.
Yeah.
Well, it's like I'm an atheist. I'm a strong atheist. Okay. But if I disagree with a more influential atheist, I get jumped on, and I'm not even really making much of a stir. I'm actually trying to stay out of it, but I just make a comment and boom. It's like, you're not an atheist. You're not the atheist we want, right? That seems to be what's happening. Is that you're not the type of atheist we want here.
Yeah, and but it's like they preach, we want separation of church and state, but it seems like they want, what they really want, though, is
no church,
religion and theism to go away altogether, and that's just an impossibility. Like, that's always going to be around.
Yeah, theism is bad. Therefore, we should destroy it, and then the problem goes away. It's like they forget people. There's a reason people are.
Let me ask you a question before I go, Scott, because I got to go out and get some food. Yeah, but has it been your experience, and it's just your experience, it doesn't make it right, wrong, or indifferent. Just wondering, has it been your experience that you've been kind of harshly treated within the atheist world on YouTube?
Yeah. Sometimes when I allow it to happen. Yeah, I can easily allow it to happen.
And what is it normally like about? Just that you don't see things exactly the way someone else does?
Yeah, that's what it is. Like, for example, the latest example of this was the converted man. He put up a video on Alex O'Connor talking about how he was going to be a Christian because he's talking about consciousness. And I made a comment, and then it developed into a debate challenge. And then instead of doing the debate, he decided not to debate me for some reason. But he did make a video about me, and he called me a name. He called me the local madman on YouTube. That's what he called me. We have a local madman on YouTube that's so he attacked me, and then he called me all these names, So it's like that has nothing to do with atheism, but it was enough for him to, deride me for it,
So can we say, and can we all agree here, that atheists can be really not good people as well?
Yes. And no, totally. Because it's like I'm just trying to have interesting conversations with both theists and atheists, but it's like when other atheists look at me having normal conversations with theists, they're like, "What are you doing?" It's like, and then they try to other me. I'm just like,
Yeah, it's like you're doing treason, right?
yeah.
You're betraying the community.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I made a couple of little comments, and it's like it was on Godless Engineer's channel, and he's got a really big channel. You know, it's not like it's a small one, and I felt like a couple of little comments. It's like, you know, you're not good for this community. It's like, what? How am I not good with this community? I'm an atheist. I talk about these things. It's like ultra defensive of a certain clique, like a certain little group, you know.
Look, a lot of the times, theists sometimes used to come out and say, well, atheists are this way. Atheists believe this. And this is why I reject atheists, because they're all in the bag for the leftist, or they're all into denying whatever. And the atheists are fast to say that's bullshit, because atheist is just one answer to one question. That's all it is. They're quick to say that. And it's a wonderful response. It's accurate, it's truthful, and it kind of is fair. But as soon as you're a real atheist and you actually do have these different ideas, then the atheist calls you not a good atheist. And that's when they're being hypocrites.
Yeah, or you're trying to hurt the community.
Right.
I'm not trying to hurt any community. Get it.
What you'll learn is if you're a true skeptic, you're going to be hated by the atheists for the most part. And that's just the sad reality. What I'm trying to say is you will be, if you really go out and you start being skeptical about some aspects of atheism or physicalism or some of the things that supposedly entail atheism, you're going to see what they mean.
Yeah. Because to me, the mistake is that they're focusing way too much on the beliefs and not the values you hold. Because to me, it's like you can be an atheist and you can be an idealist, you can be a materialist, you can be a panpsychist, and we can get along perfectly fine. What's going to be an issue is if you're a racial realist, if you are homophobic, if you want to exterminate trans people. Like, these are the things that would make me not want to associate with you, not your metaphysical, philosophical,
Is your ethics.
Yeah.
That's what's important to me, is your ethics. I don't really give a shit about your beliefs.
Yeah.
We all have beliefs.
I always like to say, I judge people by how they behave and how they treat other human beings. That's primary for me.
Yes.
I don't care if someone's Christian, atheist. If you're an atheist that treats someone badly, you're not part of. I know.
Exactly.
That's really
anyway, I gotta go. Nice seeing you now, and nice seeing you, Scott.
Yeah, man. Thanks for jumping through, man. Coming through, and we'll see you next time.
All right.
I'm gonna get out of here myself, man. I'm starving.
Yes, I'll see the both of you somewhere else.
All right, we'll see you on the rebound.
Yeah. Bye.
All right, guys. Thank you, Nell, for coming through again. I'm gonna run. I gotta get something to eat. And Paul says sorry about all the voices. Yeah, that was real entertaining though. At least I didn't bust into a song. That's what you should have done. All right, well, cool. Me and Sophia getting along, so that's good stuff. Hopefully she'll come back to the show, man. And yeah, man, it's not a big deal. So all right, so I'm gonna let y'all go, man. I'm gonna go enjoy the rest of my day. Y'all do the same.
See ya.
Y'all be good.